Traditionally, regardless of location, service members will pause to observe their service branch's birthday by sharing a cake. A sword is typically used to cut the cake as a reminder that service members are a band of warriors committed to carrying the sword so that our nation may live in peace. Mayor Jones and General Oakland will now cut the cake. The U.S. Air Force has redefined modern warfare, shaping history from the Berlin airlift to today's precision strikes, while proving the strategic power of air dominance, rapid mobility, and global reach. It has pioneered advances in jet propulsion, stealth technology, unmanned aerial systems, space operations, and cyber defense, maintained the airborne leg of the U.S. nuclear triad to ensure a credible deterrent during the Cold War and beyond, and conducted disaster relief missions worldwide, delivering critical airlift and medical evacuation during crisis. From leading early satellite programs to partnering with the U.S. Space Force today, the Air Force continues to safeguard America's interests in the skies and in space. Happy 78th birthday, United States Air Force. Aim high, fly, fight, win.
I will now recognize Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to have a lot of songs today. So this is the last meeting during Hispanic Heritage Month, and so we are being treated to a special performance by our local mariachi group, Campanas de America. Under the charge of two-time Grammy Award-winning musical director Juan Ortiz, Campanas de America was founded in 1978 in San Antonio, Texas. Campanas de America, Bells of America, was named after Belle Ortiz, Juan's wife and the group's manager. Through their tireless efforts and dedication, the troupe has gained national recognition, international recognition. Their list of appearances, just to name a few, include Willie Nelson's Farm Aid, Kumamoto Festival in Japan, Mariachi USA at the Hollywood Bowl, the Kennedy Center, and the White House. Campanas continues to be one of the main forces behind mariachi education programs in public schools, offering numerous mariachi workshops and concerts in schools, as well as participating in Grammy in the Schools program through the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. Campanas also continues to be featured at state fairs, festivals, and theme parks. Thank you to Campanas de America, and a special thank you to Anthony Medrano, the District 8 appointee to the San Antonio de Acices Commission, for their performance today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council. Thank you. Ahua!
Do we have any gritos from the dais? That was you. I've done mine. I did mine. That's right. Thank you for the very beautiful song. Let me actually just say there's a connection between the two things that we just recognized. The beautiful birthday of our Air Force, 78 years, and while the Department of War does not want to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month, we will do so given the number of Hispanic Americans that have proudly served in our United States Air Force. And a fun fact, the next time any of you are on Jeopardy, the Air Force has never had a Hispanic four-star general. So it's really important that we continue to understand our history, but also from this dais make investments that ensure that we are raising smart, healthy kids that can serve to their fullest and ultimately reach the highest levels of our armed forces. Is there any objection to taking the consent agenda before the individual items so that we may clear the business for the day to focus on the budget? Okay, great. Hearing none, items 9 through 29 are on the consent agenda. This means they will be considered as a group, and there will not be a staff presentation unless pulled for individual consideration. Are there any items council members would like to pull from the consent agenda to be heard individually? I will pull item 21, as I understand there is a comment on that item. Item 21 having been pulled, are there any other items? No, okay, good. We have members of the public that have signed up to speak on the consent agenda. That is items 9 through 29, with exception of 21, which has been pulled. I will call the individuals up in the order that they have signed up. The first person is Rachel Siswinski. Ma'am, you have 3 minutes to speak. All individuals have 3 minutes to speak. In groups of 3 or more, we'll have a total of 9 minutes. Rachel Siswinski, followed by Molly S. Rachel? Okay. Molly S. These folks are on here several times. Yeah. John Bachman, I've got, do you have John Bachman on your list? Okay, got it, thank you. Okay. Kathy Keller. Okay. Kathy Keller. Okay. Chris Keller. Jack Finger. That's right. So, yeah. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Other members of the council, my name is Jack M. Finger, and Madam Mayor, the Kellers, whom you mentioned just a moment ago, I know I saw them come in. After I speak, you may wish to call their names again because I know they really did want to speak to you in the council. On this portion of the agenda, a few things I wish to bring to your attention. One is item number 23. What is it? Well, it's about renaming a street. And Mr. White, it's in your district. It's renaming a street from, the Roselle Drive to D'Souza Drive. Now, whenever we rename a street, we try to name it after some significance. Spurs Boulevard is named after the San Antonio Spurs, who spent about the last 50 years trying to foment civic pride in the the city's basketball team, and they've even won a few championships. And so that's why, for better or for worse, we named a certain drive Spurs Boulevard, or whatever it was. D'Souza Drive, what is it named after? What's being proposed here? D'Souza Drive is named after a law firm, a personal injury law firm. In the past, we've offered pejoratives known as ambulance chasers for such law firms. Yes, they're a necessary evil, but we think that if you're going to rename a city street that we pay tax dollars on and maintenance upon, please try to offer a name of some entity that is more than just a personal injury law firm. Yeah, and I looked at the backup documents. Yeah, they mentioned they're going to pay us a few bucks for the naming rights and so forth, but I didn't see anything regarding the maintenance that we, the citizens, will be paying for that block that's there. And you're going to say, well, Jack, it's only one block. I don't care if it's 2 inches. I don't want my tax dollars going to a street that we renamed after a personal injury law firm, sir. So maybe you want to pull that one there. Also, item number 20, let's see, 26 is about some more. Well, you call it affordable housing. I call it welfare housing. And Mr. Audiovisual, just quickly show that and show how many percentage points below the average median income, 30% all the way down to 60% is for people whom you are going to allow to, or at least promote for welfare. And I think this is in Mr. Galvan, or no, it's Mr. Munguia's, your district. Yes, that's where you're going to get all the welfare housing.
Thanks, sir.
Yes.
I will call to see if they have made it their way here. Rachel Sawinski. Okay. Molly S. Okay. All individuals signed up to speak have spoken. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda except for item number 21, which was pulled?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay. It is moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda except for item 21. Council members, are there any highlights or questions about the consent agenda? Okay, number 3. Anything here? Number 4. Anything? 5, 7. Do you have something? Okay. Chair Viagran.
Thank you, Mayor. While it is just consent and we go through it, I do want to highlight item 29, the ordinance approving the Workforce Solution Alamo 2026 operating budget. Thank you, Mayor, for your appointment to the Committee of 6. As we looked at that, it was really resonated that we have to make, everybody's looking at their budget, everybody's making cuts, but we're all trying to move forward. So I appreciate the team and what they're trying to do over at Workforce Solutions Alamo to make sure that our residents are getting help and getting back to work. So thank you for supporting that today.
Chair Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. I just quickly wanted to highlight item number 11. It's an ordinance approving a contract with Meals on Wheels, and it helps support our senior population. Some of us got to see some of our seniors in action last night with Seniors in Play, but our senior population is so important, and so I'm excited for the work that Meals on Wheels does, and grateful that we can continue to support them. Thanks, Mayor.
Chair Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to highlight the appointment of Lupe Torres to the LULAC 648 seat of the San Antonio District Commission. She's a wonderful community advocate for many years, so I'm glad to see her reappointed. I was also reminded, thankfully, of item number 26, which is the Miller Pond Apartments application for rehabilitation. That is a apartment complex on Old Pearsall Road, just down the street from our field office. It's been around for a long time, so I'm happy. Hopefully, they will get that application to get the rehab work that they desperately need. So thank you to NHSD and the county for the work on that. Thank you.
Chair Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to quickly highlight item number 20, amending the City Council Code of Conduct to add a provision concerning non-disclosure agreements. While I always appreciate the focus on transparency, I do want to clarify to the public that council members were not asked to sign an NDA regarding Project Marvel. I'm stating that into public so that we can clear up any misconceptions out there. Thank you.
Do you have anything you'd like to add? Thank you for raising that. On item number 20, the reason that was added, obviously I think lots of us that had just come off the campaign trail heard a lot about why such a major investment of multi-billion dollars had only come to light. Actually, your first public meeting on it was last November. And as the San Antonio Express News and many outlets reported, unfortunately that was shrouded by NDAs. And so what that did in the mind of the public is raise questions about, well, when does the city use NDAs and what does it cover, and how can we ensure that the public is being sufficiently informed? And so what I asked the city manager as well as the city attorney to do is to codify a policy that would apply both to city staff and then help us as elected officials also understand what are our responsibilities as elected officials when it comes to potentially being asked to engage in NDAs. So I'm thankful that the city manager and the city attorney have codified what that policy is, and now all of us up here have the benefit of being able to explain to the people when NDAs are utilized, and as explained in the NDA, which anybody can has ability to review, those are largely for economic development reasons. As we all know, we're in a very, frankly, difficult fiscal environment, and we don't in any way want to detract from our community's ability to engage in economic deals. And at times, companies ask us to sign NDAs. This then makes the threshold very clear for that. The economic deal has to be at least $50 million. And what it also does is lay out very clearly the reporting requirements for the city staff to electeds. What it also makes clear is that any person on this dais at any point in time can ask for an update for any activity covered by an NDA. Okay, so that's on the AD piece. As we all know, though, administrative directives do not apply to elected officials, which is why we needed something that governs us, which is an update to the Code of Conduct. What the Code of Conduct does is lay out for us that we are strongly encouraged not to sign NDAs. I know there's been an instance previously, maybe not with Project Marvel, but previously where council members have signed NDAs. It is strongly discouraged. I have publicly said I will not sign NDAs, and I strongly encourage my colleagues not to do that. We also recognize, though, that some of you in your other professional capacities may be asked to sign NDAs, and your signing those may impact the city attorney's ability to sufficiently advise this council as needed. So then there's additional language in there that if you are asked in your other professional capacities to sign an NDA, that you appropriately share that with the attorney so he can advise this body appropriately. So that's what that does. The AD governs the city staff, and the update to the Code of Conduct ensures that we all on the dais understand our responsibilities. More importantly, the public now has a very clear understanding of when NDAs are entered into and why they are. There being no further discussion, there is a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda except item 21. Please vote. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Items 4 through 8 are the budget items. Staff has one presentation for all 4 items, so if there's no objection, we will take public comment and discussion for all 4 items together. However, these items will have individual votes. Madam Clerk, please read the captions for items 4 through 8.
Item number 4 is an ordinance adopting the annual consolidated operating and capital budgets for the City of San Antonio fiscal year 2026 that begins October 1, approving projects included in the fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2030 5-year infrastructure management plan, approving the fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2031 6-year capital improvements program for the City of San Antonio, approving certain contracts, providing for a one-time annuity increase for retirees and their beneficiaries, and a revision to the city's contribution rate in connection with the Texas Municipal Retirement System, authorizing personnel complements, appropriating funds, and amending related ordinances. Item number 5 is an ordinance setting the ad valorem city property tax rate to pay the principal and interest on the funded debt of the City of San Antonio at 21.150 cents per $100 of taxable valuation for the tax year beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025. Item number 6 is an ordinance setting the ad valorem tax rate for maintenance and operation of the City of San Antonio at 33.009 cents per $100 of taxable valuation for the tax year beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025. Item number 7 is an ordinance amending fees as included within the fiscal year 2026 budget within the general fund and certain restricted funds and amending the City Code of San Antonio, Texas to reflect such changes. Item number 8 is an ordinance carrying forward certain FY 2025 funds, amending prior appropriations, appropriating funds for requirements in city projects and departments, and appropriating funds.
Eric, would you please make your presentation and summarize any changes to the proposed budget presented on the 14th of August?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'm going to walk through the memo that we sent out to you last night, and then we'll go through briefly a couple of slides that will outline the proposed amendments as a result of the discussion over the last several days and weeks. So overall, the attached amendment list that has before you today includes a total of 15 city council amendments that total $30.8 million over 2 years. Specifically in the general fund, there's a total of $12.5 million of general fund amendments over 2 years. These items are proposed to be funded through a couple of different sources. One is an increase in the parks environmental fee by 50 cents per month, increasing the food safety establishment fees as discussed yesterday, increasing the vacant building registration fee for both residential and commercial. The fee increases, the revenue increases generate $9.1 million over fiscal year 26 and 27. Lastly, there is $1.9 million in less expense that is included in the fiscal year 26 proposal before you this morning, moving Alamo Promise expense from the general fund into Ready to Work in accordance with the provisions that we talked about yesterday during the work session, and making those allocations, or not allocations, but making that funding contingent upon the information being provided and tracked in accordance with the questions and the answers yesterday. The amendments before you today also includes $8.2 million, a combination of all of our restricted funds, the airport, solid waste, stormwater, hotel occupancy tax, over the next 2 years. That is primarily adjusted for the change that the council is proposing in the wage for civilians to accommodate the 2% plus $750 one-time payment. Lastly, before I go through the amendment list, there's also $10 million in what's known as City Council capital improvement funds. That'll be an additional $1 million per council district. That'll come out of our capital budget. And then the memo did mention that the mayor had asked me to follow up on an issue regarding some of our arts agencies. While we don't normally pay for things like litigation through our contracts with arts agencies. Generally, those are for operational support or program support or performances and the such. But after discussing with Crystal Jones last night, there's nothing in our contract that says we don't. So our practice says we haven't. So based on that conversation with her last night, I'm suggesting that we make it clear in all the arts agencies' budgets that we do not reimburse the cost of litigation or attorney's fees. We focus strictly on operations, administration, and performances and content. So let's go through the amendments real quick. I mentioned these additional reductions of Alamo Promise in the fiscal year 26 budget to the Ready to Work funds. Number 2 is reducing the intercity incentive fund in fiscal year 27, so that will stay whole as we go into fiscal year 26. The Parks Environmental Fee, the 50-cent increase generates a little over $4 million in each of the next 2 fiscal years. The increase in the food safety licenses, a little over $430,000 in each of the next 2 fiscal years. And then the vacant building registration fee increase that that's before you this morning, a little over $95,000 in each of the next 2 years. As I walk through the potential amendments, this was a compilation of the conversation with the council over the last 2 days. Number 1 is funding to add additional funding to the general fund for the 2% across the board for civilians plus $750 base adjustment. That would get us to having the lowest paid civilian employee at a 4% adjustment going in the next year. Number 2 is restoring $500,000 in funding for radar feedback signs and flashing stop signs. Number 3 provides funds for an additional 15 officers above the 25 proposed in the budget, so a total of 40 additional patrol officers. Number 4 restores funding of $1 million for our minor repair program. Certainly I heard over the last 2 days a conversation with the council had about making sure that that money is going to as much as we can do. So I suspect as we get into the fiscal year, we'll have ongoing conversations with you all at committee level to make sure we're able to achieve that. Number 5 restores a position that I had proposed cutting in reducing in a vacant position in historic preservation and moving that position into our Code Compliance Division of Development Services for additional enforcement around vacant buildings. Number 6 is adding $3 million in one-time funding for additional streetlights. This is in addition to the $2 million that was proposed in the budget. That funding is at zero cost because we are utilizing money that we had set aside for a community safety reserve. Number 7 is adding a little over $430,000 to the Metro Health Department in a couple of different areas. $150,200 in the Metro Health Department's tuberculosis control and prevention division, and that is for internal work of the department. Mental health support, $150,000. That would specifically go to increase our contract with communities and schools for their youth mental health work that they do for us. They have a contract with us for $400,000. That would increase to $550,000. The SA Kids Breathe, an additional allocation of $120,000, and then language access services of $10,000. All of those are in the Metro Health budget. Number 8 restores funding that was proposed to be reduced in the proposed budget from the SA Book Festival. I had proposed reducing the funding from $247,000 to $197,000. This proposal before you restores it back to current levels. Number 9 is doing 2 things. It is combining 2 contracts that we currently have with Family Violence Prevention Services into one contract, and secondly, making this agency a designated agency and awarding 12 months worth of funding. Number 10 is allocating almost $57,000 to the Alamo Area Rape Crisis Center for a total of $113,000 in the adopted budget. And that would be funded through the delegate agency reserve that we have proposed set aside for the solicitation you all are going to be talking about in a couple of weeks in B session. Number 11, almost $92,000 for her. Again, funded through the delegate agency reserve for next year's solicitation. A new allocation for Big Mama Safe House of $144,000. I'll say that regarding items 10, 11, and 12, we will make sure that that the scope negotiated of services for those contracts are supportive and conducive to the efforts that we're trying to do here at the city in line with the council's conversation. Those contracts haven't been negotiated, but I think that based on the conversation the last 2 days, we'll make sure that it's included and make sure we share with you those scopes of those agreements so that we are all on the same page in terms of the funding and what it's going towards. 13 is an additional allocation for American Gateways for a total of $150,000. The proposed budget included $100,000. This additional $50,000 would also come out of that delegate agency funding that's reserved for award by the council next fiscal year. The restricted funds, I mentioned a second ago, there's an additional $4.1 million a year, so $8.2 million over the next 2 years. We've made the necessary adjustments within all of those restrictive funds to accommodate this, this change on the civilian pay. And then lastly, accommodating within our capital budget out of some future debt that we will need to issue next spring, but is available for production and project selection by you all as soon as you all adopt the budget and we hit October 1. So that's $10 million. So, Mayor, that's the rundown of the proposal in front of the council this morning, and we have plenty of staff here in the room to answer any follow-up questions. I do anticipate, and I want to do it now. I do want to thank the mayor and the council for all the conversation all the way back to the end of June. It has been a different summer than the last couple of summers, and we talked about this as a group last summer. So I want to thank you for your conversation, your policy direction, and your hard work. I know we're running on the tail end of a long string of town halls, budget work sessions, follow-up memos, presentations, and I certainly think that as we go into next fiscal year, we have a fairly long list of things that we need to tackle and deal with immediately. And I want to thank you for your leadership and your conversation and direction. Secondly, I want to thank the departments for their work, because much of this work began in the spring as we were doing our 6+6 and our financial forecast. The diligence and the work and the creativity and the innovation and the thought that originated at all the departments is what allowed us to make sure that we lay out a solid foundation to you all in the proposed budget. So I want to thank all the employees and the executives in the departments. I want to thank the executive leadership team for helping guide that. And then finally, Justina and Freddie in the budget office, and Troy and Melanie and Vicky and finance in making sure that we are moving along where we need to be. In the midst of all this, we went back before the bond rating agencies and were reaffirmed. So in spite of all the challenges, making sure that we have strong financial policies, that we're consistent, and that we are in line with the community and the council is really paramount to ensuring that we're being able to do the things that we need to do here in the city for the public. And lastly, Maria, Ben, and their guidance as we've gone through there. A lot of work, and you truly have a top-notch professional team here that is experienced and reasonable, and we try to be as practical as possible, and I think it shows in the product. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. We have a few folks that have signed up to speak on budget items 4 through 8. And I will call you in order, and you've got 3 minutes each. The first individual is John Bachman, followed by Stephen Zesserman. John Bachman. Stephen Zesserman, followed by Martin Gordon. And Martin Gordon, if you'd begin to make your way closer so we can get to you right away.
Good morning, City Council and Mayor. My name is Steve Zesterman. If you'd be so kind, there is a video that I have to be played.
So we're not going to play a video. We're not able to do so.
Okay, thank you. My name is Steve Zesterman. I am a bassist with the San Antonio Philharmonic. I've been in San Antonio since 1990. I won the position. I was fortunate enough to beat out 90 bass players, and I came to San Antonio in 1990. And I absolutely fell in love with the city. At that time, I saw around me the children of this community, and I wanted to do everything that I could possibly to help educate and inspire, and I felt that it was my civic duty to do so as a member of the orchestra. My colleagues and I started producing master classes for free, and I reached out to the school system, and I became, by the grace of God, I became one of the most prolific double bass teachers in the country. Many of my students went on, thank God, to go to college for free, which really was my goal, is to try and help them get an education, get a job. But I just looked around, and not only did I fall in love with the community as we played 40 to 50,000 children a year with the symphony, but I just felt I had to help. I could not just, play a concert and then go home, but I immersed myself. I was fortunate enough in 2006 to purchase a home in on Mistletoe in District 1. Luckily, I wanted to live in Alamo Heights, but I couldn't afford it under the pay that I was getting at the symphony at that time. So I bought a home for $60,000. And at that place on Mistletoe, at that time, my house got broken into twice because nobody wanted to live there. A couple of years later, a friend of mine came over and they said, "Have you ever heard about the Pearl Brewery?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, but what about it?" And they started renovating it. I didn't realize at the time where I bought was such an incredible place. I just bought it because I fell in love with the area. I fell in love with downtown. I'm very close to downtown. And I was able to systematically help as many children as I possibly could living in District 1. They would all come to me, and I would teach double bass lessons. We did master classes. We did free concerts for the community. And at the same time, unfortunately, things were not going well for the symphony. And when the symphony had shut down 5 years ago.
Sir, if you have prepared remarks, you may submit those for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Gordon, followed by Angela Caporale. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mayor Jones. Good morning to the council members. My name is Martin Gordon, and I'm speaking today on behalf, as you know, of the San Antonio Philharmonic. The Philharmonic's mission of being there for the community, such as Back to School, an event where we gave away a lot of book bags and school supplies to a large amount of children. In fact, the food bank came and gave out big bags of produce, which I thought was really cool. As a former member of 3 other symphonies, besides getting the job in the San Antonio Symphony, I have never believed in a mission as much as the Philharmonics. The reaction we get when we play events such as the Selena and Juan Gabriel tribute is something I've never actually seen before, and I'm touched by it. I'm not just a musician. I am a resident of District 6. I buy groceries, and literally as we speak, my house is getting a new roof installed, so I'm not home listening to the banging, which is nice. It puts money into the local economy and keeps companies in business and keeps people working, which I think is, just your residential duty. I go to work with my car. I don't fly here on an airplane. I don't stay in a hotel. I live in a house in this city where I pay property taxes. In between Philharmonic services, I teach students. In fact, there's a program called Rising Star, something that's set up by the Youth Orchestra of San Antonio. And she's a great kid, and I teach the student that qualifies for the program that plays bassoon. I also have other 3 students at Harlan High School, and they're all great kids, and it's an honor for me to be able to be in the community and teach. The Philharmonic musicians are a resource for them, and it's just a great thing. Again, I'm asking that you approve $400,000 for the Philharmonic, and not just for the Philharmonic, but for the community that we're serving, entertaining, teaching, and enriching. I'm so grateful for our audience, too, who have been there for us through thick and thin. Funding helps us to be there for them in return as much as we can. In closing, while the Philharmonic is not a resident of the Tobin Center, the Philharmonic is the resident orchestra of San Antonio. We live here, we do the things that residents do to see, and we're here all the time. So again, I thank you for your consideration and your time for listening to me. Thank you.
Angela Caporale, followed by Judith Gerwitz.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this moment. My name is San Antonio Philharmonic. I have been here for 25 years, and I began playing the violin when I was 3 years old, and I played in my first orchestra when I was 12. At that point, I really loved playing in an orchestra, and I saw all the benefits that it gave us as musicians, and then also what it gives to the public. Playing in an orchestra has been my entire life, and I really believe very strongly in this art form, which is why I'm here. At the very least, an orchestra can show how many different types of people come together to create one beautiful piece of music, or many pieces of music, but we create beauty and we bring it to everybody in the community. In addition to this, we also bring it to the next generation through all of our teaching. And I can tell you I've taught probably, in the last 20 years, hundreds of students. I teach very young. My youngest is age 3, and I've taught all the way to age 70. And that you bring many, many different, they all have their own reasons for why they want and believe in music, and they all love it. If I have a moment, I do have a very nice story that sticks out. I said everybody loves it, but maybe not in the very beginning. I had a kinder student. Every time I went to pick her up for her lesson, she would she'd slump and like, oh, I don't like this, I hate this, this is the worst part of my day. I always had to tell her, I know, I understand, but we have to do this. I mean, let's learn something. By the end of the year, which she did this every week, because I showed up every week, she showed up every week. And by the end of the year, one day, she just put her violin down, came up to me, gave me a giant hug, and told me how much she loved me. And that was just incredibly shocking. And at that moment, I saw, wow, I was making an impact, even though it didn't appear to be that way at all. But I made that impact with her, and she's still studying 3 years later. This is the kind of thing that we can do for all of our small children, not even small, but for everybody. I had an adult student who came to me because she loved the violin, had to wait until her children were raised, and then she came to me. Unfortunately, now her husband's very sick, but she's still coming for lessons because she says it brings her peace. And this is what we also want to bring to people, just the beauty of what we can provide. So I am asking you also to restore the Philharmonic's funding until, to restore the funding to the 2017 levels, which was about 400,000, so that we can continue to bring all of this to everybody. Thank you.
Judith Gerwitz, followed by Lauren Eberhardt.
Good morning, Mayor and the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. My name is Judy Gerwitz, and I live in District 8 in my own home. I am fearful about retiring because of increasing city spending and the city's humongous debt of $13 billion. I don't feel like I'm getting my money's worth for what I pay in property taxes. Half the time I can't even tell what lane I am driving in around the city because the striping is so faded or the roads are so patched. Yesterday I called 311 to report the four-way traffic signal at George Road and Northwest Military was flashing all red. I was told someone would be out within 24 hours to look at it. 24 hours, that is unacceptable at such a critical artery between Wurzbach and Heber. For 18 months, 2 dogs terrorized my neighborhood without really satisfactory resolution from ACS. I actually got satisfaction through code enforcement to help mitigate the problem. For years, homeless are camped throughout our city and create waste and environmental damage that seems to go unaddressed. Last month, it took me 36 minutes to drive along Wurzbach between Blanco and Northwest Military because the light was out at George Road again, and when I called 311, I got referred to, I asked about traffic control with SAPD, and they put me in touch with an officer, and he explained that sometimes they get notified that the lights are out and sometimes they don't. And it's like, what are we doing here? We can't get around the city. We're not getting basic services, and I am very concerned about what the future holds with ongoing spending, increasing debt, and even though our property taxes have the freeze on it, they are still going up in the other taxes. So please rethink what you are doing with the money you are spending. Our taxes are very high here, and many of us, just not me, do not feel that we are getting satisfactory basic services, public health and safety. Thank you very much.
Lauren Eberhardt, followed by Molly S.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Lauren Eberhardt, as you heard, and I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I am a member of the San Antonio Philharmonic. I moved here almost 30 years ago to take a job with the San Antonio Symphony. My request is simple this morning. I'm asking that you consider restoring our funding to approximately 2017 levels, around that $400,000 mark. I realize that you have an incredible responsibility that is difficult in making budget decisions and in making smart investments in our community. And I have to say, I absolutely have conviction that the San Antonio Philharmonic is a smart and responsible investment in this community. It returns many times over the money that is put in it, not only in what we generate out into the economy locally, but in the service we bring educationally to our young people. In the 30 years I've been here, we have literally, I've been part of playing for hundreds of thousands of San Antonio's children through our Young People's Concert Series. We work very hard to provide those for free in our community, and your funding helps us to do that. We have a great variety of concerts, and I love presenting such a wide span of art to our community. You know, from Bach and Beethoven and Brahms and all those things we think of as deep and intellectual and spiritual works, to the Juan Gabriel concert that we just did. That was one of the highlights of my career, honestly, and I have to tell you, it was such a moving experience. On Sunday afternoon, a 90-year-old woman got up and came on stage and started dancing for all of us. And I can't even tell you the feeling that gave me inside of satisfaction. I want to be her if I ever make it to 90 years old. I have wonderful colleagues and staff that come from all walks of life and that work incredibly hard to provide something wonderful for our city. I have taught for many years, young and old, like most of my colleagues, and not all of my students go on to be professional musicians. Some of them do, and I'm proud of that. But I think the most important thing that they get from me as a teacher is the ability to think critically, to evaluate themselves compassionately, and...
Thank you, ma'am. If you have additional comments, you can submit those for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Molly S., followed by Jonathan Melendez. Jonathan Melendez, followed by Mando Flores.
Good morning, council members and mayor. My name is John Melendez, and I serve as the Grassroots Engagement Director for Americans for Prosperity Texas here in San Antonio. And just real quick, I just want to say that our organization doesn't take an official position on the budget. With that said, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on an issue that touches every family, senior, and homeowner in our city, the rising burden of property taxes. AFP Texas is a premier grassroots organization dedicated to connecting people with policy and advancing bottom-up solutions that make freedom and prosperity accessible to all Texans. Across the state, our grassroots volunteers have worked hand in hand with lawmakers to deliver meaningful, groundbreaking reforms. In fact, one of our proudest achievements has been helping drive billions of dollars in property tax relief for Texans. But here's the reality. Despite the historic state-level relief, San Antonio families are still seeing their property tax bills go up. And unless there are significant changes, residents will once again face another increase in their tax bills at a time when many already feel stretched thin by higher costs of living. I've brought just one slide with me today, and the slide just tells the story most residents know all too well. Despite reductions in the rate, the average San Antonian is still paying more in property taxes each year. Even small rate cuts, 0.02% here, 0.03% there, are simply not enough to offset skyrocketing appraisals. And as you can see, they've gone up year after year the past few years. The result is simple. Rates go down, if lucky, but bills still go up. And that's the reality families feel when they open their mortgage statements or tax notices. The city has often highlighted that the property tax rate hasn't increased in 33 years. That sounds good in a press release, but I'd ask each of you to consider this. What would you say to a homeowner whose property tax bills rises by hundreds of dollars this year? Because for many of your constituents, that is exactly what's going to happen this year. This is not sustainable. Families are being squeezed. Seniors on fixed incomes are being forced to make impossible choices. And if nothing changes, more and more San Antonians will be priced out of their homes and neighborhoods. True property tax relief means addressing more than just the rate. It means tackling the appraisal-driven growth that fuels rising bills year after year. If our local government cannot meet this challenge, then perhaps the state of Texas will have no choice but to step in to ensure that hardworking Texans are not taxed
Thank
out of
you.
their homes.
Thank
you, Mayor.
Thanks. Mondo Flores, followed by Jack Finger.
Good morning, Mayor Jones. Good morning, Council. First and foremost, my name is Mondo Flores. I'm the Director of Field Operations for AFSCME Local 2021. I would like to thank each and every one of y'all for taking the time to meet with us, whether that was a phone call, an email, or an in-person visit to discuss the budget that we're here about today. What initially started as a 2% across the board, in conjunction working with the city, with Mr. Eric Walsh, of course, and Renee, we have come to the 2% across the board with $750 to their base, which is really important, as we all talked about. It's going to make a difference in all the employees across the board. We're really happy about that. We want to thank each and every one of you, of course. As you know, well, as I told Eric, you know, we share the same goal. We want to help the employees who make the city of San Antonio happen. As they are out there right now working at all the departments across the board in the city, we're here to speak for them to make sure that we can do what we can with what we have. So thank you very much. Shout out for the tie. Eric, it's a great AFSCME green tie. But we do appreciate that. I appreciate each and every one of y'all for all the work that you have done. Thank you very much, and support for what we're here for today. Thank you.
Jack Finger, followed by Rhett Smith.
Well, Madam Mayor, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. Now, I've come before you in previous discussions talking with you about the budget. Well, I'm not going to bore you with any of those remarks, just consider them dittoed for this time around. But yeah, our budget, any budget, is based on what? Well, your revenue. And what kind of revenue do we have with the city? We have sales taxes and property taxes. Well, property taxes are the big one, and so consequently, that's what I'm going to address to you at this point in time here. Property taxes. Our tax rate, what is it? Well, it's 53, 54 cents per $100 valuation, whatever that is. You know what it, you are quite familiar with that. And you are going to say that you always boast that you have not raised our tax rates at all in 30 some odd years. In fact, you say you've even reduced it a smidgen maybe a couple of years or so ago. Please, we, the property owners, we know differently. We know too much. In fact, the statistics, look at the property tax values, the property values of our homes in just the last 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years. What does it show you there? In San Antonio, the average home price per year, it was about $260,000 around 4 or 5 years ago. It's now, as of last year, 2024, it's $340,000. Now, if I do my math correctly, that's right around 30% increase, meaning that our property tax levies have gone up 30%. Now, you're going to boast that we have not raised the rates. Please, don't make us laugh at such really a deception. And that's just up to 2024. Last year, it's been an extra 2 or 3%. So it's about a full third, right? At least a full third, our tax bills have gone up. Now, can't you at least somebody, somewhere, reduce our taxes, our tax rate, so we don't have to go through all this thing again? Not even a smidgen? I mean, now if you really want to do things right, that's 33%, you should be offsetting it by at least 10%, if not a 30%, somewhere along the way. But what are you going to do today? Thank you.
Rhett Smith, followed by Christopher Longoria.
Thank you, Mayor Jones and members of the City Council. My name is Rhett Smith, and I live in Council District 8. Today, I would like to address our budget item, the adoption of the budget, and remind everyone that we should be focusing on essential needs and responsible spending. Perhaps considering adopting a no new revenue rate or even zero-based budgeting. Anyway, meaningful reform is important for all of our taxpayers. So this is about addressing that issue. But I also want to take the balance of my time to address an issue of violence in our world. I would like to thank Councilwoman Spears for addressing the issue of Charlie Kirk's murder. And I think everyone in public life.
Sir, thank you for your sentiment. We're talking about the budget currently. Do you have any additional comments regarding the budget?
No, those are my comments for the budget.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Longoria.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Christopher Longoria. I stand before you today as a San Antonio resident who, like many of my neighbors, is deeply concerned about the burden of property tax rates on our families, our businesses, and our retirees. While I understand the challenges of balancing a city budget, raising property taxes is not the solution for our community needs. We all know San Antonio is growing, but so are the financial pressures on working families. In the past 3 years, inflation has devastated San Antonians in the cost of groceries, utilities, fuel, and insurance. Many of our residents, especially those on fixed incomes, are already struggling to keep their homes. Raising property taxes now would risk pushing some of them out of the very neighborhoods they lived in and contributed to for decades. Instead of increasing tax burden, I encourage this council to prioritize smarter spending and efficiency. Let's conduct a serious review on non-essential programs and administer overhead efficiency. Let's push harder for public-private partnerships and bring investment without raising taxes. And let's be cautious about taking on new debt or projects until we secured the resources to maintain the commitments we already have. San Antonio has always prided itself on being a city that takes care of its people. But do we? If we make protecting taxpayers our top priority, we will send a clear message that this council values stability, affordability, and accountability. In closing, I urge you to consider property tax relief and not to raise property taxes this year. Instead, let's look at living within our means, just as families of this city are forced to do every single day. Together, we can keep San Antonio strong, affordable, and welcoming for generations to come. Thank you.
Okay. That's all the individuals that have signed up to speak on this item. We need a motion and a second for approval of item 4, so we may begin discussion.
I move to approve the budget as amended and presented by the city manager today, save and except for funding for the Center for Health Empowerment in South Texas, known as CHEST, because I am recusing myself since I am on the board of CHEST.
It is moved and seconded to approve the budget as amended and presented by the city manager today, save and except for the funding of CHEST. We'll now move on to council discussion. Chair Viagran.
Thank you, Mayor. Today marks the culmination of months of hard work by City Council, the City Budget Office, and all city departments that help shape today's $4 million balanced budget that protects our services, invests in our neighborhood, and reflects the collective priorities of my district. I want to thank our city manager, Eric Walsh, deputy manager, Maria Villagomez, Justina Tate, and the entire finance department for what is here this morning. This is a historic moment, and I would like you to stand and be recognized for applause. Stand, Maria. This is historic, not just because this is a new council that is sitting here for 4 years. I think this is the first time, and the last meeting for Councilman Castillo-Anguiano, who's done a great job filling in, and then the last budget, I believe, for Razi. So let's give them a round of applause. Without the help of Alana Reed and SA Speak Up budget and all that squad that went out, we would not be able to have these budget town halls, have these budget surveys, collect the data, and understand that what we are facing is something we haven't faced probably since the pandemic, which is a budget deficit. We knew it was coming, we knew money would run out, and where would we go from here with a council that prioritizes the property owners here in San Antonio and keeping those taxes low. But it is our job to move forward and to find the resources to provide what people are calling essential and core services. And that means a lot of different things to a lot of people. So we entered this cycle facing a huge deficit, coming in with new people that would come midterm and have to try and take this all in like a fire hydrant, and I think they've done an excellent job. The investments from the community to answer the surveys, to share their meanings, what was meaningful to them, and to ask us to try and find a way to move forward, trusting that we would do what was in the city and our district's best interest. I am proud of the investments we secured in District 3, the $15.2 million through infrastructure management program, the fire station replacements, the public safety initiatives, the street improvements, and of course the coverings for our park. While infrastructure remains a top priority, we still have the code issues and the code enforcement, and I want to thank former County Commissioner Tommy Atkinson, Highland Hills, Becky Ruiz with Harlandale McCullum, and Ryan Garza with Highland Park for all their efforts, and the countless others that serve on my board that I would like on the boards and commissions. As we talk about public safety, in this workshop, we have seen that we want a holistic approach, a balance between officers and resources and community projects and activating spaces. And I think what I saw this budget cycle was a true council that had that best interest in heart, and we are going to make it a better San Antonio for you tomorrow, and we're starting today. I want to take a moment to thank our dedicated employees, and the work that they've done, and that it doesn't go unnoticed. And I want to remember my father, who worked and sacrificed for the city and had a very good living, which was able to send 2 daughters to college. That's why I am proud that we worked with AFSCME, and they were the experts. I was like 3% across the board, and they came in and worked with our team to get something that would address compression, that would address moving forward, and address our lowest paying employees to move up. So thank you for your efforts, AFSCME. Thank you, Council, for listening to them. I also want to take this moment to recognize my entire staff: Sal Valdez, Melanie Rodriguez, Chris Villa, Ana Galindo, Addie Moreno Soto, Debbie Gunn, Edward Padilla, and Veronica Boyle. Their work often happens behind the scenes. It goes unnoticed, answering calls, but with them, we were able to move forward. To Enrique and my Chief of Staff, Ruben Lazalde, your early mornings and late nights do not go unnoticed, and thank you that my dedication to this budget is also a reflection of your dedication. So I want to thank you all and my staff for doing this. And as we move forward, I know we're going to have some discussions up here, and I know we didn't always get what we wanted, but passing this budget, today's adoption, is the right step as we move forward. We saw innovative ideas and solutions from every single one of these council members, but today is the day that we sit and we decide this is how we get the dollars to move on what is most important here in San Antonio. Passing a balanced budget is critical to moving our city forward, protecting vital services, and ensuring no disruption to the daily operations our community depends on. Today, we have a budget that reflects the will of the people. I am honored to support this budget, proud to make the recommendations and the motions, and I am so proud and thankful for my districts in District 3. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank Justina, Maria, Eric, you and all your team for this huge effort, this huge undertaking. As a council member, this is probably the most important day that we're in office. For Councilman Castillo Anguiano, happy to share this with you and happy to share this day with our new council. So I went into this budget with 3 priority items. The first was for more police officers. We had made a commitment to our residents that we were going to provide them 65 police officers. We're short of that. When I talk to District 7 residents, they make this clear that they want more police officers. That is going to help them feel safer. We also have the data to prove it with hotspot policing. So we're not getting the 65, we're getting some. Would love to see us try to get more. My second priority was something that Councilwoman Villagran touched on, and I was glad to lock arms with a majority of my council colleagues, and that was the cost of living adjustment for our city employees. We know it's tough times, so thank you to AFSCME. I thought they were here. Oh, there you are. Thank you to AFSCME for y'all's help in working with city staff to make that happen. I'm glad to partner with my colleagues to make sure our city employees are supported. My last position, this is a constant concern that we hear from so many residents when there is a vacant building in their neighborhood. It can create a very toxic environment, and it brings the neighborhood down. So thank you so much to city staff for helping us work through and get that position so that way we can stay focused on the vacant buildings across our city. There was a couple of items that are on the budget, the proposed budget today that, I do want to echo. I'm good with the radar feedback signs, the flashing stop signs. That is also a request that we get from a lot of residents in District 7. Definitely supportive of the housing of the minor repair program, street lights, the increase in the book festival. I do have some comments on some of the other parts of the budget. Line item number 7, the funding for Metro Health programs. I just want us to make sure that it does not negatively impact small businesses. I know this item was a little rushed and introduced to us yesterday, so I think it'll probably go to the Community Health Committee. I just want to make sure we're doing our due diligence and making sure that it does not negatively impact our small businesses with an increase in those food safety licenses. The second thing are items number 9 through 13. This is funding for our delegate agencies. I think all of these delegate agencies do wonderful work. I just also want to make sure that my council colleagues and I are clear that when other nonprofits are going to come and ask for help, we are now short this much money because we're providing for these agencies. So we don't have an endless bucket of money to give to nonprofits, so we're making the decision today to give to these nonprofits at the expense of other nonprofits. Totally fine with it, but I just want to make sure that everyone's clear with what we're doing. Other than that, I'm glad to see that we agree on increasing these vacant buildings registration fees, and hopefully that this will encourage property owners to activate their space and make sure that they're being good neighbors, and also looking forward to having that dedicated code officer to address the vacant buildings as well. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Councilman Castillo Anguiano.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to thank each and every one of you here on council for giving me the most incredible opportunity to serve my District 2 community. I'd also like to thank my District 2 staff who are in the audience today: Frankie, Jolene, Denise, Alicia, Imgard, Maria, Krista, and Alize. They guided me, attended all the meetings, showed me where the city gym was, and supported me through these past 2 months. And it's definitely been an unbelievable experience. As it pertains to the budget we are adopting today, I do want to thank each and every one of our city staff members who do the work of keeping our city running day in and day out. And to the city staff who crunch the numbers, I hope it all adds up because we are counting on you, literally. But seriously, I do have to say that this budget for me happened under the shadow of a large vote we took earlier in the year on the Spurs Arena. Every time we argued to support one budget item over another, I would often reflect on how our city just gave the go-ahead on a term sheet that promised millions of dollars to a Spurs Arena. We argued over funds for public safety, and we even talked about how we were going to have less bond dollars for flooding and infrastructure. But I know that the city is fully capable of finding the money for some projects and not for others. And so when our residents tell us that homelessness is their top issue for the past 3 years, I was very surprised that this wasn't the issue we spent most of our time debating. People will tell you that sometimes things happen for a reason, but I think that most often we bring reason to the things that happen. I know I'm here on this dais for a lot of reasons, but one of them is because I happen to work in an organization that serves our houseless community. Thrive Youth Center is such an amazing organization, and I'm thankful I can bring some of my expertise to this budget discussion here today. This is why I met with city staff who are on the front lines working with our houseless community. From these discussions and my firsthand experience, I put together a CCR, a policy proposal that takes a critical look at the services we currently offer and proposes new interventions to consider. We cannot expect to do the same thing we've always done and expect a different result. So although today we aren't adding any significant investments into homeless services, I hope to move us in that direction. You will see this across your desks today, and I hope I can count on the support of my colleagues in this effort. Furthermore, I will be supporting this budget today, although I do have some concerns. One being, I do believe that encampment sweeps do more harm than good, and I oppose the use of these funds as a strategy to address the homeless issue. I also oppose the addition of new police officers because during a budget deficit, we are committing ourselves to ongoing costs that we will most certainly have trouble cutting if necessary in the future. And lastly, we do not spend enough money on crime prevention, which lead to longer-lasting crime reduction. And when this issue comes up in Public Safety Committee, I do hope that you will identify separate funds to fully support recidivism prevention. On the other hand, there are some important items on this budget I want to make sure I support. I support a greater investment in animal care services. I am thankful for the thoughtful work that went into building this budget and preparing us for what will be a very uncertain time financially, socially in this country. Another thing I'd like to say is I would be remiss if I did not mention how proud I am to be the first trans man to serve on this dais. But I want to make it clear. Trans people and gender diverse people have always been a part of our community since the beginning of time. And just because this concept may be new to some, it is nothing new at all to our larger community. So when the attacks come, which I am certain they will, I want you to stand with me in our larger community in rejecting the divisive, hateful, and simply the misinformed comments people will make. Whether it is someone close to you or residents that come before this dais, I want you to denounce the hate speech, I want you to denounce the hateful speech of people with fear in their minds and hatred in their heart. And finally, I just want to say how much I love San Antonio. I was born and raised here, and I love the East Side and the Northeast Side. There's nothing like being part of the East Side history of the deep roots of music, culture, and trailblazing leadership. Ultimately, I hope to look back on this time as one of my proudest moments. And I would like to say I was able to make a difference for our city and move our city and our country forward, for only those that are privileged to sit here among us, but mainly for the most vulnerable in our society who will never sit at this table but will be impacted by our decisions every single day. It has been an honor to serve, and this is not a goodbye because I do still have work to do. This may be my last meeting, but you haven't seen the last of me. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, I just want to say thank you to all the city staff and city management and the budget offices and all the departments who worked extremely hard throughout these conversations and preparation for the budget. Of course, through July, but also through August, we were making our changes and asking questions. Extremely grateful for all that work that you all have done and answer all the questions that we had. Just coming right off of Councilmember Castillo-Anguiano's points, of course, Leo, I'm super excited that you have been part of this council with me. We've known each other since we were in college, and it just was incredible to have someone who I've known for an extremely long time be able to serve with me, even just for a brief time. And I'm hopeful it's not the last time, but I know how you may feel about future elections. But no, I just want to say you've done incredible work. Whenever we talked about things that were going on with the budget or other council conversations, you were someone who was asking thoughtful questions, was someone who was asking for feedback between your other council colleagues too, and had your opinions ready too, and didn't shy away from what your thoughts were about any kind of decisions we were making up here. And I just want to say, I'm grateful for that. It inspires me as well to see someone, of course, in similar age range too, to go in gung-ho with these big conversations we've been having about the budget, about policy changes, about sports financing, all these other mechanisms. And so, grateful for the time you spent here, but I know we'll continue working together in any role that we're in and doing the good fight here in our city. Moving into budget, of course, the main topic at hand, again, I'm extremely grateful to all the city staff who have done this work to get us here, making sure that we're still prioritizing housing affordability in our city, making sure that our city services are well maintained and funded and aren't harshly impacted by this budget deficit we were facing. The work that y'all did also, even just through July, to shore up some of those services that we were looking at potentially cutting was incredible, frankly. I know there's a lot of work that goes into that to make sure that the decision is easier on our parts too, right? And the communication that we provide to our residents about what could be impacted, what was going to be impacted, was great, and it went through a lot easier. But we know 2027 is going to be, or fiscal year 2027 is going to be the harder one. And I'm grateful that we've been able to have these conversations on the council about what those impacts will look like, and make sure that we're making a more concentrated effort going forward to really dive into what can we do to mitigate some of those impacts, to ensure that our city services are still meeting the demands that we have in our community, and that we're using our taxpayer dollars wisely in the way they want us to, right? Overall, I think with the amendments proposed today and that we've been discussing, I'm good with all of them except for amendment number 3. Yeah, everything else I think I'm pretty solid with. I do want to echo Councilmember Aldrete Gavito's point about the delegate agency funding. I'm supportive of course, all the delegate agencies that we've discussed within this amendment process. But I'm excited for the future conversation in the fall about delegate agencies, just because I think it's worth taking time to think about what we want that process to look like, and making sure that it's not that all of our nonprofits and all of our external agencies get a chance to talk with our offices in a timely manner, and not necessarily right before our budget's almost complete, right? I think it makes it tough for agencies who don't have the connections or don't have the direct ask just yet to make that ask, versus more proactive and prior time to it. And so I'm hopeful that'll all work out within our conversation this fall about delegate agency funding, and of course looking at what capacity our city will have, not only next year, but into the several years after, to continue supporting agencies that are doing great work in our community. And I also want to point to the comment about the Community Health Committee potentially reviewing mental health, food, and safety licenses. Definitely think it's worthwhile to review the increase in the fees there, seeing its progress, seeing the impact it's having on our small business economy, and of course making sure our small businesses are included at that table too, as we go forward with looking at not only this particular fee increase, but also potential other ones, maybe economic workforce as well. We can work together on that to see what ways that small business fees are impacting our local economy, of course impacting our city services, and where we can kind of meet a good middle ground between both. I think those are all my comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman White.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to thank city staff, Eric, Justina, Maria, all of your team for all the hard work. I also want to thank all the department heads as well, because this year, obviously tough financial times, we did these budget efficiency reviews, which I think is our first step before we move into the new zero-based budgeting hybrid model that we're going to look at this fall. And when you total it all up, and thank you to my team for doing so, it looks like we found $27.1 million in budget inefficiencies that we were then able to redirect towards the citizens' priorities. And that, to me, is a testament, first of all, to the hard work of our city team. Eric, thank you for for insisting that we do that work. And again, I would just point out to my colleagues, as we've seen over the past few weeks, so much that we want to do, so many needs in the communities. We've got to continue to press forward to find out where we're spending money needlessly, redundantly, wastefully, and then redirect that money towards what our citizens want us to spend it on. So thank you very much to city staff for that. I want to thank my team as well, led by Raul, but it's everybody on my team, right down to including our constituent services people that take the calls and listen to what the residents are asking for, so that then we can come up on this dais and advocate for it. So thank you very much to my team. There is a lot of good in this budget. The raise for city employees, very, very pleased. It's well deserved. I'm glad we're doing that. $10 million for capital improvement projects, right? These are the things our citizens are asking for every single day. The encampment response team continuing in that effort, very, very important. We hear about it from our neighbors every single day. $122 million for the street maintenance program. You know, I say it a lot, 22% of the streets in this city are in poor or failing condition. That is absolutely not acceptable. Infrastructure needs to be right at the top of this council's priority list, because I think it's at the top of our residents' priority list. And so happy that we're dedicating $122 million there. $1.3 million to add more firefighters, including some enhanced squads. Very, very important. You know, all that our fire folks do. It's the best fire department in the United States, and I'm happy that we're adding to it. We're also got some money in here for a needs assessment for fire, so we can determine what else they need to do their jobs more effectively, efficiently, and safely moving forward. Very, very happy about that. Councilwoman Kaur headed the effort to get some more lighting in our city, which is very, very important as well, because you know, lighting is something our people want, and it does help deter crime. And so happy that we're going to be getting that in this budget. With that said, really disappointed in a couple of things. First of all, the fees that we're increasing on our citizens through this budget, I think, is very unfortunate. It's a cop-out to me, is what it is. The people of this city should not continue to take on the financial burden for what this council wants to spend money on. Our people pay too much already. They pay too much in property taxes, too much for permitting fees and other fees that we hit them with every single year. And so the fact that we are raising fees in certain areas this year in lieu of finding other places to cut and to downsize bothers me. It shouldn't be happening, and next year, when we move into even a more difficult fiscal environment, I hope that this body is not going to advocate for an answer that includes continuing to burden our residents with more fees. It's just not right. We're going to have to make the hard decisions and make the cuts necessary. And then we come to public safety, and in this budget we have funding for an additional 40 police officers, which of course is 25 short of what we promised the citizens of San Antonio. And there is no other way for me to say this other than I believe that backtracking on the promise of 65 officers to our community, backtracking on that promise is nothing short of government malpractice. Public safety is our highest priority. All the other things that we want to do not matter if our citizens do not feel safe. Under the last administration, and I said this yesterday, we partnered with a consultant and we conducted a staffing study for the police department. It was recommended that we add 360 officers over 5 years. The point is to move our police force to where 60% are on proactive patrol time and 40% of our officers are responding to calls. One of the purposes for that is to deter crime. And at the public safety budget briefing, Chief McManus, our lead law enforcement official, stood at the podium and he told us the quicker we get to that 60-40 ratio, the quicker we're going to make our community safer. The boots on the ground are telling us that. The experts that did this study are telling us that. And we even went further and we did a UTSA study that showed when officers patrolled high crime areas, when we put more officers on the street, the crime went down. So to sit up here today and reverse course simply because we're in a difficult fiscal time, it's not right. It makes no sense to me when we say that public safety is our highest priority. Yes, money is tight, but what you do when money is tight is you start with the most important things and you build the rest of the budget around it. The 65 officers should have been put in this budget first, and then everything else should have been built around it. It's what our citizens want. It's what law enforcement is telling us we need. It's what the experts are telling us we need. We paid for that study. Now we don't listen to the advice and we backtrack on it. It's putting the residents of San Antonio, their safety, at risk. And I cited the Smart Asset study from this year, and I'm going to read the first line of the study again. It says, city safety or lack thereof can lead to great disparity in quality of life and return on dollars invested by residents, businesses, and government alike. And San Antonio ranks last out of our big cities in safety, according to this study. We can do better. And so with that said, I make a motion at this time to amend the proposed budget to include an additional 25 police officers at a cost of $1.39 million, funded through a $1,024,341 reduction to the scheduled replacement of computers and related equipment funding as described in the all funds capital outlay, and a $400,000 decrease to the delegate agency reserve fund. We don't need to replace computers and phones as often as we are, and this $400,000
Councilman, your time is up. Councilman, your time is up.
in the delegate agency
Councilman.
fund amounts to less than 2%.
Point of order, your
delegate
time is up.
funds.
Councilman, please respect the body. Thank you.
Second. His motion. Second to his motion.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilman, have you done an analysis of the cybersecurity risks that the city would potentially incur as a result of not funding those required updates?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor. I've spoken with our city manager about the schedule and how it's approximately 20% of our departments that get new computer equipment and phones each year. And if this amendment were to pass, the city manager assured me that the security requirements would be prioritized so that they wouldn't be negatively affected by this amendment.
Eric, can you speak to the cybersecurity risks associated with changes to the scheduled updates to our equipment? Again, this, whether it be softwares or whether it be delays in updating hardware, this is one of the main ways in which bodies are unfortunately less susceptible to ransom, to scams, et cetera. So would you please speak to that?
Sure, Mayor, and I'll ask Ben to help me with that as he goes to the podium, but I want to also add some context and to what the councilman said. We replace PCs and laptops on a schedule every 5 years. So that's the 20% that the councilman is talking about. We don't do everything every year. We do it over time, and we do it to make sure that we're up to date on terms of software and access, as well as cybersecurity. And Ben, I don't know if you want to add a part of that to the consideration, because before I hand it to Ben, we would have to mitigate that in terms of security patches and the prioritization. We know right now what computers need to be replaced because that's what we budgeted for. Any adjustments to that schedule, we will need to reprioritize to make sure that we don't leave ourselves susceptible to that. And I don't know, Ben, if you want to add anything to that.
City manager summed it up well. We have a PC replacement program, computer software replacement program that we want to stick to as much as we can. It's important because it allows us to keep those machines and that hardware and infrastructure up to date, which is really important from a patching perspective. If we get outside the warranty period, we have difficulty getting those machines repaired, and then they're more susceptible to being compromised, if you will. So as Eric mentioned, if we did move forward with this, we would need to determine some way to mitigate that impact, because we would want to make sure that we don't increase our risk on our entire network.
So it sounds like at this point we do not have an assessment of the risk. It sounds like we would need to do that. So while the funding is $1 million, we do not know the risk that we would be inviting as a result of this proposed change. And I certainly appreciate the financial perspective. Do we have a cybersecurity expert that can actually speak to the risks?
Our chief information security officer is not in the chamber right now.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're not able to actually discuss the risk then if the principal security officer that would speak to this risk is not in the room. Okay.
Thank you. So I believe there's two options. So I'm just going to say IT is not the thing. And Andy, if you could clarify, we are voting to not add an additional. If we vote this down when we call to question, we are just voting against no additional 10 officers. So we still would keep the amendment as it is with the 15, correct?
Thank you, Councilwoman. To clarify, yes, the motion is to add additional 25. If the council votes down the proposed amendment, we will preserve the additional 15 that would include them, that would then have 40 total added. So yes, so you're only voting on the motion to add an additional 25.
Okay. Yeah. If no other council are going to discuss, I'd call to question so we can vote, because I know we have another option coming up next.
Okay. Please vote. The motion fails. Okay. Councilwoman Spears, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I too want to express my appreciation for the work behind today's budget. This is my first budget, and I can attest that the briefing on these items and their respective departments was intense and did in fact move quickly. But when I placed my name on the ballot, I knew that the budget was one of the first things that we would tackle on our new council. When I took office, we had one meeting and went on July break, and I knew right away I would really want more time. As a council and city staff, we did move quickly, and I understand and appreciate very much that many of the items that we have here today represent critical services, from maintaining our creekways and drainage and improving for infrastructure and safety to expanding meal programs for our older adults and addressing homelessness in our city and supporting youth-focused initiatives. I look forward to the information we will learn in the fire department initiatives needs assessments. We do have the very best firefighters in the nation, and I'm happy we're adding enhanced squads and additional training. And I also look forward to seizing economic growth opportunities alongside our economic development department. I'm grateful to our staff for their diligence in bringing forth these efforts that keep our city running smoothly and directly support the quality of life in our communities. And I also want to thank my own staff for your diligence and hard work. I'm honored to have each of you on my team, and we have much more to do. We began by working from a budget deficit position, which required difficult decisions. And while it is not perfect, I do want to see our city continue to function efficiently and continue to serve our residents. That being said, we have successfully crafted a balanced budget. From my accounting background, I know that the best day to begin work for next year's budget is to start tomorrow. I'm eager to do just that. I remain focused on core services, infrastructure, economic growth for our city, and most of all, public safety. I do want to continue to work with my colleagues to ensure the safety of our communities. It is my position that we must take into consideration where we are with the number of police officers we have, our overall growth, our projected growth, and real and perceived crime. If our residents do not feel safe, then they are not. There is simply no replacement for additional boots on the ground in deterring crime. We made a promise to our city to decrease crime and still believe this is the most important promise that we have made. It affects every single other area in our city. I originally wanted an additional 100 officers added to our budget, but I am now aiming for 65, and I do believe we need an additional 25 to meet that number. So with that, I want to make a motion myself. I motion to amend the proposed budget to include an additional 25 police officers to the patrol unit at a cost of $1.39 million, funded through a $1.39 million reduction in the police district fill overtime budget.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Chief McManus, I've got a question for you, sir. For the edification of this body, reducing the overtime budget by $1.39 million, would that in fact negate the need to refill that same budget with $1.3 million? I understand it. There may be times where you have to pay overtime, not necessarily because there aren't enough officers, but rather based on the day of the year they are in fact working, for example. So would taking $1.39 million from the overtime budget to pay for these additional officers, would we in fact have to come again and refill that based on the need for overtime at a minimum based on the contract with the police?
Mayor, excuse me, I really don't have a great answer for that question.
Well,
okay, thanks, Chief. Eric, if you'd like to answer
well,
that.
yeah, I mean, I think that, and I think the I'll give you the not so straight answer, right? So, we spend that overtime to fill a patrol district. To your question, if we have less money there, to be honest with you, he's going to fill that position because we've got to have that patrol district filled, so we're going to spend that money anyway. So we're probably going to be over budget as we go into it. And I think that's the difficulty. I'm not, if we were, that's a requirement of the service. And so if we have every patrol district, every day, every substation has to be filled. And that's where we respond to the calls. And so we can't have, we shouldn't have, in normal cases, unfilled districts when we start shifts. Things happen, big events happened, and officers go and they leave their patrol district to respond to a larger call. They're open, but it's a homogeneous system that works. I think that the chief's answer is that, or non-answer to you is that that's not where we probably need to be, and I think we would probably still need to cut. If that's an amendment that you all propose, we'll reduce that expense, but overspend if we have to make sure that those patrol districts are filled.
Mayor, if I may. Yes,
Chief,
ma'am.
please.
So the discretionary overtime that Eric just mentioned, I'm sorry, the overtime that Eric just mentioned is not discretionary overtime. Most of it comes from district fill and callback, which again is not discretionary. So it's, to Eric's point, we may wind up going over budget in that area.
Okay. So if I may, just to summarize what you said, Chief, if we remove the $1.389 million from the overtime budget as you described to pay for these additional officers, we may go over budget then if we need to backfill. Is that correct?
What we're going to do is we're going to reduce somewhere because to make up that difference, we'll need to, because he'll have to stay within his budget under the charter. So we'll make adjustments somewhere. Because I don't think it's in the whole departmental budget, we'll make other adjustments. It likely won't be in that area, and I understand that's the topic of the potential amendment. If we overspend there, we will do less somewhere else, and that's up to the chief and his team to manage that allocation.
Okay. Chief, I know we're putting you on the spot here, but can you speak to kind of top of mind things that would go unfunded as a result of that?
No.
Okay. And that's why I think it's really difficult for us to have these conversations absent any data or analysis to suggest any impact on, in fact, public safety. Are there other, Councilman White, if there are others that would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to make clear that Chief McManus and his entire department do an absolutely phenomenal job. These are hardworking, brave individuals that go to work every day trying to keep our city safe. But we've got, more than 400,000 hours of overtime that these folks are putting in. I think they need help, and that's why we need these additional 25 officers.
Chair Villagrán.
Yes, I want to increase the, you won't say it, but I will. It will be the safe officers, because they will have to be pulled if there's a big event downtown and they need coverage, because I worked for PD for 7 years, and when I would be like, where are the safe officers? Oh, they had to help cover here. So I am not willing to risk that if we're going to have to spend somewhere and cut. And I really think I hear the need, budget providing. And I think Eric has made it clear, budget providing, we can add the additional 15. If I believed we could add the full 65, I would be the first one to say yes, but that's not where we're at budget-wise. And the only way we get there, and I've repeated that, I said this yesterday, is if we find a way to get more tax revenue. We don't want to increase the property taxes. I hear complaints about increasing the fees, and my priority is my residents. My residents love my safe officers, and what I don't need is my safe officers having to cover for somewhere else because of overtime. So I encourage all my council members this is not a ride along. You need to do at least 2 to 3 days just sitting there watching where these officers have to go, where patrol has to go, and what SAFE does. So with that, I won't be supporting this item. I do look for solutions. I think federally, our federal government needs to help us with what we have, and I am committed to go out and see what they're willing to give us, because we've committed to these additional officers here in San Antonio. So we've done grants in the past. Some of you have mentioned it. There's other specialty projects. I look forward to seeing what public safety has to come, because there's opportunities out there, but I trust Chief and his executive team to find them for us and get creative. But right? If there's even a slight inkling that my SAFE officers could be impacted by this, I would not be supportive. So thank you, Chief, for coming up, and thank you, Eric, for the explanation. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. I just quickly wanted to comment that I appreciate the innovation in trying to find a solution for the thing that you're advocating for, but I talked with some of the officers, and the officers want their overtime. They actually want to be able to work on the events, and they want to be able to go out and get that extra income. So they were not supportive of, they couldn't tell me which one they would pick, because they're obviously, they want support in the field, but people work those shifts because they want them, at least for some of them. Thanks, Mayor.
Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Okay. We'll move to vote on this amendment. Motion fails. Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. These last few minutes reminded me of the time I accidentally took theater, and I did the work on paper, but I didn't participate in the theatrics. But I'm very excited for today. We know that the budget is where principle meets policy, right? And with that, I'm extremely grateful for the work that city staff and, of course, the rank and file city staff that are doing the work out at our parks, out in our community centers, and all throughout the city of San Antonio, making sure that those needs that our residents are calling us about are being addressed, and we're working towards a resolution. I'm also grateful for our District 5 team for the due diligence in their case management when a resident calls us, and of course always being out in the field, ensuring that we have a great pulse on what the request and the priorities are of District 5 residents. So just really grateful for our constituent services team, and of course our policy team, ensuring that I'm well briefed and brought up to speed on the different changes and things that my colleagues would like support on. So just grateful for the D5 team, but of course city leadership for ensuring that what we have before us today is a balanced budget that has been built upon consensus. And again, while there's things in this budget that I'm disappointed with as well, right, I believe that this is a consensus-based body, and ultimately that's what we have before us today. With that, I'm glad to see that this budget has many items that District 5 residents continue to advocate for, prioritize, and ask for more. And of course, evident throughout the budget survey, every 10 districts is prioritizing homeless services and housing support. So grateful to see with the budget amendment, there is that additional $1 million for home rehab. All of our districts, District 5 in particular, always have more applicants than we do have slots. So grateful to see that there's going to be additional support in meeting that citywide need. Further, seniors and youth support is something that our residents are always asking what resources are available, and we're also grateful that city staff, whether it's our code compliance officers or folks at community centers, are connecting our residents to these very impactful services. So again, within the budget, the continuation of the Senior Code Assistance and Community Chair Program are very pivotal for D5 residents in ensuring that they get the service and care that they need, as well as the extended senior center hours and continuation of the Saves Property Tax Program. This is something that our team initiated through a council consideration request, and we're grateful that we're going to continue to see this program continue. Next Level and the Ambassador Program. What I always share, in 2019, I participated in the Ambassador Program, and it was a great experience and a great opportunity for our college students to participate in. I think we could continue to have a conversation on how we can expand that program to help address youth violence in particular. But of course, infrastructure is one of our top requests within District 5. So grateful for Stephanie Morales, our infrastructure director, who fields those nonstop calls and walk-ins for requests for streets, sidewalks, drainage improvements, and so much more. So pleased to see that staff found a solution to restore the CIP funding, and of course, always grateful to see that there's a continued investment in NAMP and street maintenance programming, and of course, grateful for the leadership of Dr. Kaur in ensuring that we kept that street lights and flashing stop signs funding to continue to meet those needs. There's a lot of improvements in city facilities that I know city staff and our constituents who visit them are grateful for, like the HVAC improvements and of course the new roof at some of our facilities as well. With public safety, I'm grateful and thankful for the San Antonio Fire Department and pleased to see that there's the support for the heavy squads and needs assessment for the fire department. Again, right, for D5 and many of our seniors in particular, their primary source of healthcare is EMS, calling 911 and getting to university hospitals. So I'm just grateful for the work of our fire department. And of course, the continuation of ACS investments like Pet Care and Connect program. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Karen Spear, who's here in the audience, a member of the ACS board, always sharing with our D5 team, right, where there's opportunity for us to allocate more funding or what services are needed in terms of what residents in D5 are asking for regarding animal care service support. You know, I'm grateful that there has been strong consensus to support our civilian and first responders with their raises. And again, as I mentioned yesterday, grateful for the leadership of AFSCME for ensuring that their membership requests and priorities are being relayed to council. And what we have here today is because of the leadership and of course your membership to continue to provide that support. As folks have mentioned, city employees literally keep this city running, and they help carry out the vision and goals of all 10 of our council districts. So just grateful for every employee in the city of San Antonio. You know, one thing that I want to highlight, right, is there's always opportunity to look ahead. So as the councilman mentioned, we start on next year's budget today. And I think there'd be value in determining how the CDL training program with solid waste can be expanded to other city departments. I think there's opportunity with the Neighborhood and Housing Services Department for us to minimize costs and have greater impact. And then, of course, something that we'd like to continue to see is to be provided updates on the progress of the feasibility study and plans for the District 5, District 6 Senior Center. There's so much opportunity and so much more to do, but I'm extremely grateful for the service of many of our delegate agencies. As folks have highlighted during this entire budget processes, we know we're going to be facing impacts based off of federal cuts, and we know the communities that are going to be impacted the most. And there's great nonprofits doing that work, already doing that work. And I'm reminded of when Goodwill came to City Hall and the CEO wanted to get a meeting with me. And I shared with him, you know, I hear the stories from the folks that go through your programs, and I think there's no stronger lobbying than hearing from community that a program is working as intended. And I think some of the delegate agencies like For Her, Big Mama Safe House, and American Gateways are examples of where we're hearing from, whether it's a city department, constituents, or other nonprofits, that these are the organizations doing the work and doing a great job. And I think we owe it to our community members who rely on those services to move forward today with earmarking funding for those nonprofit organizations. Now, I do think there is value, as I mentioned yesterday, in having a larger conversation about how funding is allocated. For example, my constituent services team, there's nonprofits that are delegate agencies that we'll reach out to and we don't get assistance, but then we'll work with the department to ensure that there is assistance provided to the constituents we're reaching out to. But I think evaluating, right, who's doing the case management is something worth exploring. Ultimately, I'm very grateful for the work again of city management, Eric Walsh and Maria and Justina and y'all's teams for putting something in front of us today that's very balanced. And there's always opportunity and a need for more. But I know you're already planning on what that looks like, and just extremely grateful of what's before us. And I look forward to supporting this budget today. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to city staff, Eric, Maria, Justina. I'm just going to put that like on a coffee mug during this time. But really, we see you here every Thursday. But really to the folks that we don't see here on Thursdays, right? It's the staff that's behind you and the staff that's behind all of us that helps us get here today. So thank you to everyone that's listening, that's doing other work that the city's in charge of right now. So I know that balancing a budget here or at home is never easy, especially when working with a deficit. This year we faced difficult realities that required us to weigh resources against responsibilities, and at time we made a lot of tough choices. And through that, I kept District 8 at the center of every discussion. My priorities remain clear: public safety, our infrastructure needs, parks, and continuing to address homelessness in a holistic way. These numbers in a budget are investments that directly impact the quality of life of our residents. And this budget is responsible, it's forward-looking, and it's rooted in the needs, I know, of my District 8 families. I'm proud of the work that we've done as colleagues, and I remain committed to ensuring that as we face the challenges of the years ahead, the voices and priorities of District 8 will continue to guide my decisions. I want to highlight a couple of accomplishments. Councilmember Castillo-Anguiano walked off, but want to just recognize him somewhere in the back, just for his time and him answering the call to serve. It's a call that we all have heard and we've answered. That's why we're up here. And so I just appreciate his willingness. I know Thrive Center misses him and needs his work. So back to the accomplishments that I know will impact District 8 and the rest of the city. First and foremost, that 2% pay increase for all our city employees. Thank you to AFSCME for fighting on behalf of our city employees and working with city staff to make this possible. Support the 40 new officers that are included in this budget. That supports the city's multifaceted violence reduction strategy. Appreciate restoring the funding back for our radar, feedback traffic signs, and flashing stop signs. That is something we hear a lot about in District 8, so I hope Oakland Heights and Woods of Chavano and all the neighborhoods off Kyle Seal are listening to. Also, our street maintenance projects. We've got 1,400 street maintenance projects that we will be approving, and 11 new shade structures for playgrounds. I'm also proud to support in all of the amendments that were brought up, but also the increase to our youth mental health budget through Metro Health. This $150,000 will continue to support the services by community and schools. You can survey any student, middle school, elementary school, high school. They will tell you that mental health services are needed. And so I'm glad that we're answering that call today. So thank you so much to my colleagues and city staff. This is my first budget, and I'm glad to start working on next year's budget, as was said by my colleagues. So thank you so much.
Chair Core.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Eric, and to the whole team for all of your hard work over the summer. The mayor charged me with shifting my focus from Orange Cone to public safety, so I'm going to start with public safety today. I think we have a really big win for public safety in this budget, starting with our delegate agencies, because our delegate agencies do the work of prevention, and too often we start talking about public safety with reaction after a crime has occurred. So starting from before it occurs, we really need to make sure we're supporting our literacy. For most juvenile folks that are in the juvenile detention system, their reading levels are at 3rd and 4th grade reading levels, even when they're in high school. If we can figure out how to better address literacy for 3rd graders and make sure they are reading on level, they are much less likely to get in the system in the first place. So even though it's just $50K, I'm very excited to continue supporting the book festival. I want to thank my colleagues for their support for this as well. And I am encouraged that Councilmember White said he was going to join me on a school visit so we can see those kiddos, get to meet the artists, and we'll actually drive, or not the artist, author, sorry, we'll drive the authors to the schools and then get to go to the festival. In addition, it was already mentioned, the Street Lights Win. This is actually an initiative that Councilmember McHugh Rodriguez started a few years ago with a gap analysis. And what we've, I think, realized in the last few years of the streetlight gap analysis is not everyone that has a gap actually wants a light there. And so we need to shift our frame of thinking of just funding gaps to funding needs. And so I'm hopeful that through the Public Safety Committee that we can actually look at where are the needs in our areas around schools, around transportation hubs, so we can use this $5 million that's in the budget this year for streetlights in those areas. In addition, other delegate agencies for her and Rape Crisis Center, one of the charges of our Public Safety Committee is interpersonal violence. And what we saw after COVID was a huge spike in domestic violence cases that came up, and that has not gone back down. And so these organizations do amazing work and support for those survivors, and so I'm really grateful that they have funding in the budget. However, I want to say, Eric, I know we're taking funding out of the reserve for those, but I'd like for us to look at, Maria, at the 6 over over 6 budget to see if we can find additional funding so that we're not taking that funding from other delegate agencies for the last 4 months. The radar feedback signs. I've talked about this a lot, and Misty yesterday mentioned about speeding and that how everyone complains about speeding on our streets. And quite unfortunately, our patrol officers aren't going to spend their whole days out there giving tickets for speeding. And so radar feedback signs are a good way to actually just check someone to say, how fast are you speeding in the neighborhood, so that people can actually slow down when they see that. So I'm grateful that we have an additional $500K for that. That's going to be allocated based on need. And so again, we have to continue to go back throughout our entire budget and make sure we're focusing on need and not just equitably distributing or equally distributing, across the areas. I also wanted to commend Eric and the team for coming up with the funding for the vacant building officer position by increasing the fine. I think that's a big thing that we talked about, and so I'm glad that we were able to fund that in DSD. And then Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez just mentioned the mental health support, and I wanted to commend the mayor for pushing Metro Health to help increase those fines to find that fee for the additional support for mental health for our kiddos, as was just mentioned. However, we do also need the support for our police, our fire, and our ACS. So I'm glad to know that our squad cars are getting additional support in District 1 at 2 sites for SAFD. I'm excited that we're getting additional police officers in the amended budget this year. Thanks, Eric, again, also for finding the funding. I'm hoping, Chief, that some of those officers will be safe officers, because we know we need that. So I know that wasn't specified in the amendment, and I'm just hoping that we'll use some of those 15 officers to be additional safe officers. And then lastly, the increase in ACS fees and code fine fees. We have to continue. I know we didn't focus a lot on ACS this budget. I feel like 2 years ago in our first budget, Councilman Adatagavita, we were ACS the whole time, but we've had some really big wins the last few years, and we'll keep helping support you all in public safety to make sure we can do a lot more spay and neuter surgeries, and we can also continue to help find homes for our furry friends, as Councilman likes to say. All right, now going to Orange Cone. I'm super excited about updates for infrastructure. I have so many folks in our communities that'll be like, we want to know when our street's going to be done and why it's not done. So the $500K, I'm so thankful, Eric, that you put this in the budget. We're going to revamp our street maintenance program, and I'm super excited about this updated dashboard, John, that you're going to be able to click on and see all the information. So I'm really hopeful that we get that progress in Transportation Infrastructure Committee. And then I also wanted to mention one of the projects that my office has been working on is the Safe Passageway to Schools. And what we've been doing is taking a quarter-mile radius around each school and seeing what do the crosswalks look like, what do the sidewalks look like. I actually had a parent respond to me after my comments the other day that says, oh my gosh, I hate having to walk my kid on broken sidewalks to school. And so we're looking at that so that we can really show our focus for our sidewalks and for pedestrian safety. And so I'm excited to see that we're continuing funding for our sidewalk assessment index, because we don't really have a rating system for our sidewalks, and also putting in $17 million of funding into that program. Also, school pedestrian safety is huge. If y'all have ever seen the kids at Fox Tech downtown trying to walk across the street on Flores after we leave home, it's hard. And we had a meeting with them, and I wanted to thank the transportation team in Public Works for meeting with them. They are crosswalks are so tough. And so I can't wait to continue to explore issues on making school pedestrian safety really safe, so that our kiddos, who we all care so much about, have the ability to walk across streets to school in a safe and efficient manner. Going over to affordable housing, I wanted to commend Councilman Castillo and Councilman Viagran for really pushing us to continue funding that additional $1 million in the major minor home rehab program. I was frustrated that we're not going to get additional units, but I love that we're still putting more money in, because maybe if there's capacity, Eric, we can increase the units there. I'm just going to put that positive thinking out into the world, because that work is so important, and it was mentioned previously in amendment sessions, but keeping people in their homes is one of the biggest factors of making sure we're keeping our housing affordable. And then in addition, I'm excited to see the new department for our homeless strategies division. I know it was mentioned by Councilman Castillo-Anguiano, who have been so grateful to sit next to over the last few months, but that is our #1 issue, and we have to figure out how to continue to better help support that and create more housing for them. So I'm hopeful that that division and the focus in that division will allow that to happen. And then last but not least, the small business focus area, I'm going to talk about our capital projects department. So Mike Shannon's already been really hard at work with me, helping support our South Alamo businesses. So we're going to get brand new siding. So if you're a South Alamo business that's listening, we're focusing on making sure how can we get our capital projects done more efficiently, and how can we support the businesses while they're going through that process. So I know the construction mitigation grant didn't make it through in the amendments, but I'll share with you guys one of the examples that we're working on right now on that project is to create new construction scrims for those fences that show which businesses are in the area, how you can get to them, stickers on the ground that show you how you can continue walking around areas where there is construction happening, and then even a cool idea, we're looking to put chefs' faces on little signs that say, want the best mussels in town, this way to Lafrite. And so we're trying to create more innovative ideas to help ensure that our businesses stay afloat while we do construction. So I wanted to shout out Mike because technically the role doesn't start till October 1st, but he's definitely been hustling and fielding calls for me, so I'm grateful for that. And then last but not least, I really wanted to shout out Councilman Villagran for her leadership in getting every city employee a raise. I think it's been said by all of my colleagues, but we could not do any of this without you all. And so thank you to AFSCME for your leadership, and thank you for Councilman Villagran. She said if there's one thing I'm getting in this amendment process, it's the raise for our city employees, and sure enough, that was the #1 priority. So I hope you have heard today, for all of our city employees listening, that this council really, really appreciates the work that you all do, and know that we cannot do any of the things that we do for our city without you all. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start off with, of course, with the thank yous, and just thank you to city staff, especially Maria, Justina, Ben, and Eric, of course. It takes a lot to do a multi-billion-dollar budget with a lot of requests and different departments. So we appreciate that, and I know a lot of departments had to go through some cost cutting, and so I know those were some tough decisions that had to be made, but we appreciate the work of all those departments also. And I want to thank the D4 team, everybody who works downtown at the field office, who keep me informed, who read the memos, who also come in early and stay late, and entertain my last-minute requests of them. I appreciate that. And thank you to our colleague, Councilman Castillo-Aguillano, for serving with us and being here with us. I think a lot of times I looked over to you and you were just a voice of reason and practicality, and we needed that sometimes, all times actually. And I just appreciate your work and your kindness, and you were just from day one ready to get started and do the work. It was always about service for you, so I appreciate that. Budgets are an example of scarcity, right? We don't have limitless funds. Taxpayers have to put into this. And so that necessarily means that nobody will get everything that they want. And every line item is at the expense of something else. So I think that's important to note. I'm very pleased to see that our employees will be getting increases. I think it's a very tough environment out there, especially with the economy. And having been an LGC staffer and working with a lot of city employees over my years, it is true what everyone says. They do a lot of the extreme hard work that makes the city go. And we get to come up here and sometimes complain or sometimes highlight, but it's really a testament of you all's work. So I just want to say I'm proud to support that. And although there's been a lot of discussion about these amendments, as some of my colleagues pointed out, there is continued support for critical services in the city, like NHSD, rental assistance, utility assistance, continued support for animal care services, which is a huge problem in District 4. And thank you to the team and Mr. McCary and John Gary for working with me on some of my needs in District 4. Even though we're not increasing that budget by much, it is still consistent with the large increase over the past few years to address some of the issues. Supportive services to our homeless population is still in the budget. And like Councilman Kaur said, I'm very excited about what Mark Carmona is going to do with that department, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of him at PCDC, and so I'm excited about that. And also great work for continued support that do a lot of great work and working with residents that some of us will never meet but have problems in their communities, and so we appreciate that. Great continued work with Metro Health, right? Even though there are some changes there, those are very, very important services for our community to continue on. So I think despite some opposition up here, it's been good, and I think we have a really good consensus moving forward. And with our 4-year term, it's a great opportunity for us to just do more planning in the fiscal year. So just thank you to everybody, and I'm excited to vote on my very first budget. Thank you.
We'll go into the second round of discussion. Councilman White.
Yeah, briefly, I failed to say in my first round when I was giving thanks to folks, to my colleagues. This budget process, we've agreed to disagree a lot of times, but I am so impressed, first of all, with the new council members. You guys way ahead of where I was 2 years ago. I also think the leadership from Councilwoman Castillo and Councilwoman Villagran has been invaluable in helping us navigate a very difficult budget process. And then Leo, of course, being sort of thrown in and getting up to speed has been amazing. And then, you know, I just anecdotally, I had a similar conversation with Sook and Terry separately yesterday. And they were like, oh, you won on this. And I was like, whatever, you know, you won on that, you know. And that's really what consensus government is all about, right? You're never going to win on everything, and you take the wins and losses as they come. But I truly appreciate each one of you and what you've brought to this process, and I think it bodes very well for our next 4 years, how we were able to very civilly debate this over the past month and get to where we are today. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak in the second round? Okay, great. Well, let me echo my thanks, Eric, to you and the team for all of the hard work. Again, saw too many of you on too many weekends, but very much appreciate all the due diligence and following up to help us understand, again, the impacts of our decisions, not only in 26, but also how we can help ourselves going into 27. And even thinking about some of these things in the context of some of our other major investments, whether it be the potential bond or even major considerations like how we're going to think through, as Dr. Jacob described, the fiscal cliff that Metro Health will experience in September of 2026. I want to thank you again for the ways in which this budget really reflects the guidance from this body to you all early on, which is how do we fund our no-fail missions? How do we ensure that we are minimizing any impact as a result of the changes in the budget to our most vulnerable? And how are we minimizing any long-term risks as a result of some of the changes we may need to close the gaps? I do want to reiterate for those that may be concerned and are watching very closely certain programs that are going to be handled differently. We have asked Eric and the team to ensure that we are monitoring the implementation of those, whether you're talking about Project Worth or some of the community healthcare workers, for example. Though we may do those differently, the spirit and intent of the services provided to the community remains the same. And so we'll look to the staff to help us understand if any of the modifications in how we provide those services have in fact impacted the level of service as we would expect. Again, as those are in some of the most critical areas, mental health, public health in particular. I couldn't agree more with the, once we finalize this budget, 2027 is upon us. And I think we've got a real opportunity to help our community understand how we are in fact going to tackle many of the projects, many of the challenges rather, that may not be immediately addressed in this budget. I think in particular, top of mind for many obviously is how we're going to address some of our drainage challenges. And I want to thank my colleagues that took the time to tour those with me, 14 projects on the state's flood mitigation plan, as currently scoped, $411 million, right? Those are just the major projects, and I understand those some of those estimates may need to be updated, but we know that number is likely higher than lower, on top of some of the other drainage projects that we know don't rise to that level, but are certainly a public safety and really just kind of a nuisance in communities. This budget only funds drainage projects that repair damage due to June 12th and June 13th. Please rest assured that we have I've engaged with Eric to help us understand soon after this how we're going to communicate to our community how we're going to tackle the big projects, but also the other flood projects in our community in light of that much lower bond capacity that we found out about in this budget season, again, nearly a quarter of what we were expecting. This has also been, I think, quite illuminating as we look at helping ourselves, in particular in the Metro Health space. We're already looking, as you've heard from the comments up here, we're already looking towards September 2026, where the cuts in federal funding we will experience, and in particular the 1115 waivers, on top of, so while we as a city will receive less in federal funds, many in our community will also see less funds, cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, SNAP, Social Security. We know that is coming on top of the continued impacts of immigration-related policies, as well as tariffs that make it a very challenging economy for our most vulnerable. So as mentioned, I wanted to reiterate, this has been, again, helpful for us to understand the types of questions that we need to be asking as we look at that tabletop exercise, which I appreciate Eric and the staff helping us facilitate in short order. I also want to reiterate, when you look at some of the amendments, we're talking about, again, appreciate the comments of Chair Kaur when we're thinking more holistically about public safety. Certainly, we appreciate the expertise and the counsel of our Chief of Police, Chief McManus. I think there is certainly an appetite on this body to also hear from others that can help us understand some of the other investments that would be as important and maybe even have a higher ROI over the longer term. Some of the things on that amendment list, for example, additional money for San Antonio Kids Breathe, which the data is very clear. Thank you, Dr. Jacob, again, for showing the immediate impacts when it comes to students their student attendance rate significantly increasing on top of a over 90% decrease in the number of emergency department visits as a result of asthma-related afflictions. So again, that is high ROI, and we talk about many of the challenges in our community as a result of lower educational attainment. Well, part of it starts with ensuring folks are healthy enough to even be in the classroom. So I look forward to a more holistic conversation about not only considering those things, but funding them. And so as we have opportunities in some of the upcoming economic development deals, one of them in particular, obviously, are ongoing negotiations with the Spurs. Again, this is how we can help ourselves. We cannot think about the budget gap and not think about ways we can help ourselves. And how do you get additional money into the general fund? That's why things like naming rights, that's why things like a fair share from parking, from concessions, et cetera, et cetera. So we've got to be thoughtful not only about additional resources in that vein, as well as I think we're going to build on the very good conversation we had about the TERS and how we can be more thoughtful about strategic investments that address community needs. So again, my thanks to the staff, and I appreciate a budget that reflects our adherence to the values and the priorities as we also try to set ourselves up for 27. There being no further discussion, there is a motion and a second to approve the budget as amended and presented by the city manager today, save and except for the funding for CHEST. Please vote. Yay. Going to lunch? What's going on? Okay. The motion carries. The next item is funding for CHEST, and Councilmember Viagran will be recusing. Councilmember Munguia, can I get a motion to approve the funding for CHEST?
I move to approve the funding for CHEST.
It is moved and seconded to approve the funding for CHEST. Is there any discussion? Okay. Please vote. she not? Okay, that's right. Madam Clerk, please read the caption for item, the motion carries, thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the caption for item 5.
Item number 5 is an ordinance setting the ad valorem city property tax rate to pay the principal and interest on the funded debt of the city of San Antonio at 21.150 cents per $100 of taxable valuation for the tax year beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025.
Okay. Is there a motion and a second for approval of item 5?
I move the adoption of a maintenance and operation tax rate. Is that one?
That's right, yep.
21.150 cents per 100 of tax.
Is it Galvan? Did you have one? Okay, sure. Did you do it or not? Galvan did. Galvan seconded it. It is moved and seconded to approve item 5. Is there any discussion? Okay, we will do a voice vote for item 5. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read the caption for item 6.
Item 6 is an ordinance setting the ad valorem tax rate for maintenance and operation of the city of San Antonio at 33.009 cents per $100 of taxable valuation for the tax year beginning on January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2025.
Is there a motion and second for approval of item 6?
Tax rate of 33.009 cents per 100 of taxable valuation.
Okay. Is there a second? Did you get it? It is moved and seconded to approve item 6. Is there any discussion? Okay. There being none, please vote. Voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Okay, motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read the caption for item 7.
Item 7 is an ordinance amending fees as included within the fiscal year 2026 budget within the general fund and certain restricted funds and amending the city code of San Antonio, Texas to reflect such changes.
I move approve of the fee ordinance.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it is moved and seconded to approve item 7. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read the caption for item 8.
Item 8 is an ordinance carrying forward certain fiscal year 2025 funds and amending prior appropriations, appropriating funds for requirements in city projects and departments, and appropriating funds.
I move approve the fee ordinance.
Okay. Is there a second? That was Munguia. Yep. It is moved and seconded to approve item 8. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Okay. We'll move to item 21, which was pulled from consent for individual consideration. I pulled for individual consideration based on interest in public discussion. City Clerk, please read the caption.
Item 21 is an ordinance amending the City Council CCR ordinance to add certain provisions.
Okay. Is there a motion and a second for approval so that we may begin discussion?
Second.
Okay. It is moved and seconded to approve item 21. Is there a presentation? No? Okay. Okay. We have several members from the public that have signed up to speak. John Bachman. John Bachman. Okay. Jack Finger. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Madam Mayor, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, once again, my name is Jack M. Finger. About 2.5 centuries ago, there were a bunch of old white men. Yeah, that's what they were across the pond. They were over in merry old England, and they did not like the tyranny that they were living under the king. And so they said, hey, king, we're moving. And so they did. They sailed about, and on some leaky boats about maybe a few Indians, and they said, hey, we now have a chance to establish our own country with our own rules. We don't have to live under tyranny. And so they did. And that led to something called a Declaration of Independence from merry old England, and and later on a Constitution, which incorporated the ideals that the people rule. And they rule through their elected leaders that they vote upon. And those voted leaders can rule, they govern, yes, they govern for a certain period of time, and after a certain period of time, the people say, we don't like the way you did it, we're getting somebody else, or they say, hey, you're good enough, we'll keep you in there. So that led to state constitutions with the same ideals and city charters with the same ideals. So, and those ideals say, the people rule, we elect you the leaders, you govern, you say what goes, and you shall not be infringed by a city attorney or a city manager. No, you will not, you shall not, you shall not be vetoed by them. And so, now sometimes, Madam Mayor, I know your fellow colleagues around up there seem as dumb as a box of rocks at times. I mean, yeah, because of some of the decisions they make, but regardless, they are your fellow boxes of rocks sitting around you, and you have to deal with them at times there. So yeah, and I know there are times when the city manager, city attorney need to comment on their CCRs, but until you get it codified that the city attorney and the city manager have a right to weigh in upon these things, what these boxes say, go. So yeah, I think you're just going to have to deal with that fact and just let things go. Feel free to put it in the code, but until then, we deal with it with a bunch of boxes here. So, thank you.
I'd like the record to reflect Councilwoman Castilla would like to be recognized as a box of chocolates. Thank you. Can attest. Okay. All right. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, all individuals signed up to speak have spoken. We will now move on to council discussion. Please let me know if you'd like to speak on this item. Okay. Councilman White.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'm just going to be real brief on how we got here. We amended this process a year and a half ago. The reason we did it was because CCRs were being filed, getting held up, and we needed a smooth, more efficient process to get the things moving. Was very pleased that we got that done. We now come to a new council term, and I'm going to again say that I very much appreciate the mayor's interest in the CCR process better, and if there's ever a way that we can make any of our internal processes better, I'm always interested in looking at those. However, we had a lot of discussion on this. We had a B session several weeks ago where it was really clear, and I was fully supportive of the council's consensus position that the process has really been working well over the past year and a half, and we need to continue along these lines right now. And so for that reason, we just wanted to clarify the ordinance, and that's all we've done today. And we worked with the city attorney's office and to get language to simply clarify the ordinance. And as you all see in your in the documents, it's really just section 6 and then a line in section 8. You know, section 8, we state that the CCR ordinance cannot be amended or changed without a council vote, which is something we heard loud and clear at the B session. And then Section 6, we simply state that really CCRs don't expire. And you know, somebody the other day gave me a great thought that let's take, for example, somebody in their last term of office, right? Some of these CCRs from start to finish take a year, year and a half to get done. So imagine being in your last term of office. Why would you even file a CCR that could take a year, year and a half to be worked on if the minute you're gone and termed out, the CCR expires and the process would have to start over again? I mean, you may as well not even do the work at that point. So I don't think we need to have anything that would mandate that a CCR expires simply because the council member who authored it is not here. These things need to go through the governance process. They need to go through the committee process. And if the current council members don't like the work that was done previously, they of course can vote it down in governance or in the committee process. So we're just clarifying that in the ordinance today. I appreciate the conversation that we had several weeks ago at the B session. I appreciate my colleagues and Councilwoman Spears and Aldrete Gavito and Castillo for helping get this on the agenda today. I know we've had a lot of good conversations about it, and I'm looking forward to closing the loop on that with a vote today. Thanks, Mayor.
Chair Munguia.
Mayor, if it's feasible, I would defer to my colleague first, and then I can go after, if that's okay. Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Just a few comments to add on to what Councilman White was saying. You know, I do want to stress that a majority of CCRs are filed to, you know, either by feedback from our residents and to address resident concerns. So slowing it down is problematic in and of itself. I also want to highlight a CCR that my office filed addressing cluster mailbox theft. We filed it on October 23rd, 2024. Then it went into governance January 15th, 2025, and then Public Safety Committee on March 17th, 2025. So out of that process, a task force was formed. There was multiple meetings held by SAPD. That task force concluded on June 26th. So August came and went. There wasn't any public safety meetings, and here we are in September. So to put all of that work and have the CCR go back into governance makes no sense to me. It's disrespectful to our city staff's work, to SAPD's work, to Deputy Chief Ramos's work, to all the agencies and neighborhoods that spent their time and efforts on this. Disrespectful. If the concern is our new council colleagues to get brought up to speed, they can get brought up to speed pretty simply by going back and watching old meetings, by getting briefings, by talking to council colleagues to say, hey, what was the thinking process here? And they will get input on the process by where they sit on committees, by sitting in governance, by having a seat on the dais. So the new council members' input is taken into consideration. They have a valuable role to play. I'm often reminded that what Mayor Nierenberg said, that local government is very much like a relay team. We hand things off to each other, and together we're getting things done on behalf of our city. One other quick thing I do want to note that is, you know, the thought of, well, let me take a step back. You know, this body of government is the closest body of government to the people. So to say that we want to mirror the state and federal government doesn't make any sense. I mean, all of that bureaucracy just doesn't make sense, especially when it's our taxpayer dollars on the line. I also, you know, will say that in looking at it, me and my office's work on cluster mailbox theft, we're actually working on it because the federal government can't. So I do want to highlight that. We're trying to address resident concerns. And so You know, just want to echo, we have a good CCR process. We need to keep it going. Resident concerns don't start and stop when we get elected and when we get into office. There is a pressing need to solve resident concerns. This is the body that they elected to do that, and so we got to do our job and get this work done. Thank you.
Chair Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely appreciate the conversation, you know, since we got in on this. And although a new council member, certainly no stranger to the CCR process. And at the time when the amendments were being changed, I remember having some concern about some of the language there, but understanding that council members wanted some, you know, definitive timelines and some, you know, things to hold to be accountable with the policy recommendations that they were making. I would also say, you know, we are continuing work. I'm sure a lot of pieces of the budget we just passed were things were championed, programs, departments were championed by previous council members that we still do now. I would also say that CCRs are not the only way for council members to be effective. You have a vote at this council up to your very, very last meeting here. And so if it's been working great, I would say also that the unofficial policy before this day was that council members who were no longer here did not have CCRs return. That was the unofficial policy that we had. Great example, we talked a lot about District 1. The councilwoman's predecessor had a short-term rental CCR. After her predecessor did not return, that CCR did not come back. It came back because my predecessor brought that item to her committee as chair to discuss. But other than that, it was not going to come back in the CCR process. Now, did we take a look at the CCR and say, sure, these are some things we want to continue discussing at PCDC? Yes. Did we get stakeholders involved? Absolutely. But that was the prerogative of the chair. So it was not an automatic return. That's what's been happening here. So if it's been working great, that was part of the process. I would also say that most of us probably didn't get here by saying that we are going to uphold our predecessors' work. Yes, obviously some of us agree with what our predecessors did, and we continue support on that, but I didn't champion saying I'm going to uphold every single thing that all previous councils did. We all probably run on some aspect of change, and so I think it's important to recognize that. So it's been a lively discussion on this topic for many months now. I would like to offer something in the spirit of bipartisanship, which is a kind of a rare word sometimes in our country. But with that, Mayor, I'd like to move to amend item 21 to add language to new section 6 so that a CCR expires under the following conditions. A, the main sponsor of the CCR is no longer in office, or B, 4 out of the 5 signatories are no longer in office.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any objection to discussing the item and the amendment together? Okay. So there being none, who would like to just go ahead? That's right. That's right. Yes. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I do have copies of the proposal if anybody needs to refer to that. And then I think in the spirit of this, it's just to say this is more or less what was in practice, right? So if a majority of the body wants to continue something that was not going to return, we all still have the ability to do that. This ordinance that we're discussing today came up not through a CCR process, right, or even by the city manager or mayor. It was a signatory memo that got it here. So there are still tools available to folks if they feel like something was missed from the last term that they still want to bring it up. So there's still plenty of options, but I'll pass this to a couple folks that want it.
Okay. Who would like to speak on this amendment? Anybody on this side? Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. As folks have already emphasized, local government is the closest government to having a pulse on our constituency. And during my tenure on council, our team has drafted roughly 26 council consideration requests, which have resulted in creating a cost recovery fee for dangerous structures. We've created a program for seniors to save on their property taxes, as well as we've initiated holding metal and auto recyclers accountable through the CCR process. And with a couple of these examples, we were either told that it was preempted by the state and or TCEQ had strong restrictions in which we couldn't take on some of these issues. We've also addressed or working towards address sewer and lateral issues with our constituencies, and we've also have so many more CCRs in the queue, ranging from workforce development, affordable housing, worker safety, and infrastructure. And they are all very straightforward requests coming straight from District 5 residents. And the proposed changes with the original item is to safeguard that democratic process by ensuring all legally filed policy requests have the opportunity to go through the policymaking process and be voted upon following that process. Now with the proposed amendments, all right, I know our colleague from District 2 in his comments earlier mentioned that he's working on a council consideration request. If that is something that is signed and submitted and Councilman McKee Rodriguez returns, is that CCR no longer valid with this proposed amendment, Andy, since the councilman would no longer be the councilman who submitted that CCR?
Under the amendment, that's correct, Councilwoman.
Yes, so, you know, I value the leadership of Councilman Castillo-Manguiano. I believe he is one of the housing experts on here, given his work with Thrive. And I think the value, and I haven't read it yet, but I'm sure it's a great policy that I would hope we could continue to see move along that process. And with the proposed amendment, we wouldn't see that work continue to come to fruition. And I think your expertise and the work of your team merits, right, going through that process. So I won't be supporting the amendment because I think it's important that these CCRs continue to go through the process. Again, our constituents voted for us to represent them and to direct our city manager and city staff and the city attorney's office to work on a resolution. And I think the original item 21 helps us codify that process. Thank you, Mayor.
In case it informs any other additional comments, as I shared both publicly and directly to you, Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito, it wouldn't disregard the work in any way. As Chair Munguia's effort, as so does, is it's meant to reflect the will of this council. So again, actually getting the support of additional folks on this council, and then saying, as I asked you directly, are there ones that you'd like to prioritize that are ready for an immediate vote? Those could be fast-tracked, in fact. So it actually makes it much faster than the current process if it was, in fact, focused on achieving something meaningful for the community. Chair Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to start off just saying thank you to my colleagues who have been raising this issue over the past few months. I think it's always worthwhile to review the way procedures have been done, typically the way things have been working or have not been working, to give our council an opportunity to really decide and determine how to codify some of these processes that we have that may have not been formalized, and see if there are any gaps that impact our work here. I certainly value the conversations we've been able to have on similar topics to this, as well as this topic today. Something that I think just sticks with me on this is there's concerns that I have on CCR process, thinking about not only what is the process. I think for council members who do term out or do phase off the dais, what happened to the CCRs? To Councilmember Munguia's point, there wasn't an official process for that, right? It was simply that they went away. The CCRs did not go through unless someone else wanted to pick up the work in some other form or fashion, or it was already going through the process as well. And even that sometimes would also fade away. But I think that's part of, simply what city councils and generally government bodies do, is that if that work's not championed, it fades away. There's plenty of things that Councilmember or former Councilwoman Kimball Haverda and I agree upon. We generally agreed on a lot of the work that she was doing, but there's some that we disagree on. One in particular I always think about is the CPS Energy one. It's no shade to her work ethic, nor to the issues she was hearing on the doors or from residents. The same issues that I heard as well about rate increases, but my approach is different, right? I think her approach is different, and that's fine. And so there's going to be moments when we agree with our predecessors before us on different issues, and there's going to be ones where we don't. And I think it's worth talking about what happens to those policies and actions in place. I mean, even today, talking about some of the, maybe it was yesterday and, well, a little bit this morning, about the amendments to add more police officers in the relation to the studies cited from UTSA. what this council thinks about that, it may be different than what the past council thought about it. And so the way that we act about that is the way we do different actions on it. And so it's just understanding that some of these CCRs can give us a kind of a roadmap in a way of what could be addressed here, but I think it's worth the city council still reviewing them in full. That same feeling then goes to about CCRs overall. The original CCR process was with 6 members signing on to a resolution and submitting it, or to a request and submitting it to city staff and for a city council meeting to discuss the issue at hand. It, of course, was changed over time in 2007 and again later on to make it reduced to 5 so that there could be more work through the committee process, and then, of course, bring it to full council. And what concerns me about that is that while I support the idea of it going through committees, support the idea, of course, of city staff working on these issues that we raise to them, that way we have an actual kind of process of, okay, here's what it can look like, here's what it can actually be if implemented. What I'm concerned about that is that some of these CCRs in the past have been going through without a majority approval and seem to be baked in either into policy actions or into budget items without the full agreement of council. And of course, council has the opportunity to make those decisions made during the budget process or during another council meeting or raising it through a 3-signature memo. My concern with that is that it's constantly having to say, okay, well, this thing got moved through by 5 people, and yet there was not a majority supporting it out loud or through a vote or through some kind of action. And so the point being with all that is that I have my concerns on CCRs, period. I have lots of things I think we should look at, and I think the governance committee should take a look at as well, with a longer process about, or longer conversation about what other city councils throughout our country do and how they operate with policies and how they make that policy work for the bodies that they serve and their bodies that they're within. That being said, I think these amendments that are being proposed today, the amendment first from Councilmember Munguia, I appreciate it. I don't think I'll be supporting it today, given the fact that I prefer that most of this work get done in the governance committee and come back out later on, whether it's in a few months or next year, to have a conversation more so about the entire process of CCRs versus different pieces here and there, giving us the opportunity not only on the committee itself to make recommendations, but for the entire council to then consider as a full body, potentially also even between conversations with council members about, well, I heard y'all talk about this at governance, here's what I would think about that, and to bring it to full council conversation and vote to amend the ordinance with more collaborative decision making here. And so I won't be supporting that amendment, and for the amendments for section 6 and 8, I will be supporting those two just until we look at a full review of this CCR process as a collaborative body. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman White.
Yeah, just briefly, actually, Rick said a bunch of what I was going to say, but just a clarification with Andy. If this passes the original amendments as proposed, if they pass today, the CCRs that are in the queue now, the cluster mailbox one and some of the others, those will then move forward and get heard.
Councilman, yes, it would be effective if and when passed.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on, point of clarification. He asked if both of them passed. And so if both.
No, sorry.
You said both.
No, just if Councilman Munguia's amendment fails.
Well, yeah, that's your clarification.
And then the original amendments that we've put forward pass, then the CCRs that are in the queue, cluster mailbox and all of the rest will move forward.
It would be applicable if passed, yes.
Yes, okay.
Today.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Just to address the point that Councilman White raised in terms of, why would folks submit so many CCRs toward the end of their terms, in part because some of them were running for office. I think that's a pretty obvious explanation for some of that. Chair Viagnan.
Thank you. I appreciate the concerns. I'm looking forward to serving on governance. While I appreciate the amendments, I sit with District 4 on the governance committee, so I think we can address it there. I want to make it clear, though, however, my expectation, and Andy, you can clarify, is that everything that's sitting in the queue is going to come to governance, correct? First.
No, Councilwoman, the way the ordinance, I'm sorry, the way the amendments are proposed, they would stay wherever they're currently at. So in other words, if they were already at committee, they will stay in that committee.
Okay, so what's in committee will go to the new committee, and then those chairs will be able to make decisions regarding that. Is it possible that committee could decide to send them back to governance or send them to another committee?
Yes, they could.
Okay, just because I asked this question because we do now have the educational department, and I think I would like to see some of this, and then based on the direction that the mayor gave us in terms of our committees, I may want to see that encouraged. I'm not going to make an amendment that we do that. I'm just going to ask my council colleagues that are sitting on chairs that if we move forward with this today and you have a CCR that is, I like to call it not ready for prime time, that you feel free to send it to other committees for input too. I think that is going to be the course of action, especially now the way the mayor has set the committees. I feel like she's really working hard to keep us out of a walking quorum. So I think it's important that we look at this as a new opportunity. So while I understand we need to move forward and get this started, I would like, Eric, a list of what's currently in committees that could possibly coming in, and then maybe having new city council members weigh in on what they might like to see at a B session regarding some of these CCRs. Because I won't be supporting the amendments, but I do want to talk about them in governance. But I do think there needs to be more work in communication regarding some of the CCRs coming out, because I know that there were a lot of CCRs coming out towards the end of the year that had to do specifically with campaign-related issues, and that's what I don't want to see us moving forward with. But I think we can, if they're in committees, I think we can handle it there. I also think we can handle it in B session also, because the CCR process, in the 4 years Councilwoman Castillo and I have been here, we have seen it used in a myriad of ways by our former mayor. So we want to make sure that we are kind of having those checks and balances. And I think with the mayor's current process of that one extra educational, I think the educational committee, and then also not having as many council members, so there's not that walking quorum that we get close to, because that's what happens when we're at 5. And Rick mentioned 6, and I was like, yeah, and we were in trouble for that, because it could be perceived like that. So that's what I really want to see, how we move forward with this process. So I won't be supporting the amendments today. I'm looking forward to getting into governance, though, and talking. And I would like Mayor, as the chair of governance, to kind of set a timeline where we come back and maybe do a bigger B session on the conversations in terms of what has worked and what has not worked. So I think we've spent enough time talking about CCRs. Thank you.
Chair Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also happy to get a friendly amendment to change the amendment to add with the exception of an interim council member, because Councilman Castillo is correct. That should carry over. The other thing I would say is that even with these amendments that I proposed, your CCRs would still continue, no matter what. And if you look at the CCRs in Q 2025, there are 2 CCRs that council members submitted who are no longer here. You look at 2024, there are 5 CCRs out of all the ones submitted that would be discontinued based on this. So that is a minority of the amount of CCRs that we have. And then, basically at our committees, according to this, we will be looking at CCRs filed from council members who are no longer here from 2 years ago, didn't make it anywhere. And so you are correct, it is a relay race, but now that we are here, we get to choose which batons we take forward with us. And this amendment allows us to do that. So I just want to add that clarification. Thank you.
Councilwoman Spears.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that council members, we're elected to represent our constituents, and so these CCRs just are not just ideas. They are the actual voices of the people that we represent and who elect us. And those voices shouldn't be filtered, stifled, delayed, regardless of who's sitting in the seat. And so I know that the voters are going to hold me accountable for what I do, and not the body necessarily. So when these CCRs are blocked or dropped and the public doesn't see that, the accountability is lost or placed on my shoulders. And so I want to point out governing does not pause or stop during elections, and these do take a long time to complete. And I foresee an unintended consequence, as Councilman White mentioned, that a council member at the end of their term will just simply stop participating in the CCR process because their efforts could be viewed as futile. But to your point, Mayor, then others might fill the pipeline. But in any event, if it's the voice of our constituents, I don't see either. I can see why we would still need to have those listened to and move through the process. So I plan to work the entire time I'm in office, and I would really hate to see my hard work erased. And staff spends a lot of time on this. Tax dollars are spent to move things through the process as well. I think it's my job to get up to speed on the existing CCRs, and that was what I was elected to do as it's part of my job. And I want to ensure that I will ensure that my voice is heard and the collective voices of my constituents are heard. And I did just have a couple of questions for you, Andy or Eric. When did we start the CCR process? Because it's an anomaly for the city. It's not something we do all over this rest of the state. It's something we created, is the way I understand it. And how do the majority of other cities present items for discussion or agendize items throughout the state of Texas? So you don't have, if you don't know all that today.
We know one. I can answer one, Councilwoman. Based on what just review of the ordinances, it looks like the CCR process was first documented as an ordinance in 2003. There's a host of different ways that other cities do it. We can come back to you and the council in terms of what some of the examples are, or how other cities agendize policy ideas.
And Councilwoman, prior to 2003, there was another process that involved 6 signatures. I think Councilman Galvan mentioned that. So over time, it's changed a bit. The other thing that happened primarily in 2005 or 6 is where council committees began existing. Prior to that, there was one agenda-setting kind of a governance committee, and that was it. And it was expanded to the system that we have now. But we can put together some history of that, and kind of how other Texas cities are managing these issues.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair Core.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a clarifying question, Andy. Under the proposed amendment from Councilmember Munguia, what would happen if CCR was co-authored?
That's why I think the amendments envision one sponsor. So they should identify the primary sponsor, even though they're co-authored.
Okay, that's a change that I think I think that would have to have a larger discussion, because there are some that I really do like it being just co-written versus like someone, generally there is someone's team that starts it and asks someone else to collaborate on it, but I love when we get to do collaborative CCRs. That we've had a couple. With the transit-oriented development one is one of my favorites. It didn't start in our office, but we love being able to collaborate on them. And so I think it's a challenge if we say the sponsor's not here and we have to identify a sponsor. It essentially takes away our ability to truly say we've co-authored a CCR. So for that reason, I'm struggling with the amendment. I like what Councilmember Galvan said about going to governance and then bringing it to a B session, maybe we can have a discussion about what are the things that we really care about for the CCR process. But on the amendments proposed, I do want to move forward on the work. And so I'm still thinking through, like, how do we just make sure we move forward on the work? And I know, I'm curious, I know Councilman Villagran just asked for which CCRs are in process right now. Like, I know as Chair of Public Safety, Maria and I have already talked about we need to get the CCR about mailbox theft on. We talked about it at our Public Safety Committee meeting actually this week to try to agendize it for October. But I'm curious about what are the other ones that may have to go back. Like I'm trying to see what the impact of not doing these amendments today and just having a strategic conversation as was proposed by Councilmember Govan.
So, Mayor, to respond to that, just based on the amendment from Councilman Mejia, I'm looking at the list. There are 6 that are potentially impacted right now, based on that amendment. So, in terms of scale, it's not.
I'm sorry, not that amendment, but even the original. Do we know like how many were already through committees?
There's 32 active.
32 active.
Yeah. Sorry, I was answering the other question.
Sorry.
And I think that depending on what you all decide today, I think we need to, the staff will do kind of a table setting menu or a memo back to the council to show where they're at, where they were at, depending on what you all decide. And then there are a fair number of CCRs that have not been to governance. And there's a fair number that'll be in the queue there, regardless of what you guys decide today. So I think we need to do quickly back to you all, kind of that table setting.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Eric. Yeah, I think what I would say is like, let's not change, like let's let the previous CCRs that have already been in the process just go through where they are because they were functioning under the previous ordinance. But I would like to have a conversation. I'm not on governance, but if it goes from governance to B session, or if we can have it at B session, so that we can all participate and decide what are the things that really matter to us in the CCR process. Even going back to, I know we had that conversation about whether or not we want to include core services on it, whether we wanted to get Andy's signature. So I think there's a larger conversation about what the things that we feel are important. That it'll probably be a tough conversation going through each thing and saying, you know, if we want to include it or not. But I think we can continue with the previous CCRs that were under the previous ordinance and then say anything new has to, we should have a conversation about how we want to propose anything new. Okay, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And to your point,
One second, this is the second round of your 5 minutes. I have him speak, right? Second round. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just to point out, there's also Part B. So there's 5 total signatures, no matter the sponsor of a CCR. It says 4 of the 5 signatories are no longer in office. So that is, even the sponsor is not, as long as the other signatories are here, it can also. But yeah, I get the co-sponsor, but as long as it's 5 signatures altogether. So the second part of the amendment covers that, no matter who's sponsoring or who's signing it, 4 out of the 5. And again, to my colleagues that said that this has been working as it should have, or we like the way it's been working, it's been working with council members who are no longer returning, not having their CCRs return. That's the way it's been working. That's the way the last administration had it. So if it's been okay that this amendment goes with what had been happening. And again, everybody up here, CCRs that you authored, are still going to be here no matter what happens to this. So I just want to add that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick things. I think something to the Councilmember Core mentioned some of the original conversation about these pieces, I can't remember, back in July or early August, were points about resolutions as well and the impact those have. And I think that's worth the conversation too in governance, thinking about the way resolutions were before. We're not always used in the way that other city councils across the country use them. And so having that kind of review of just what processes work and don't work here, not only in our city, but overall throughout the nation, how they can help maybe guide us a little bit, see what works for us as well. Of course, we are still our own city with our own rules that we can make for ourselves a bit in terms of policy making, that I think it's worthwhile to just go through those other forms, go through what was done in the past in terms of even resolutions. Because personally, I think resolutions are really interesting to utilize as our policy mechanism, given their conformance with even older city councils, and the way that here in our city, the way that those worked, and you can kind of see the pattern in policy making that maybe just makes it a bit more uniform, and it's sometimes more direct too on what's going to go through and what's going to happen, versus a request, right? A resolution says this is what we agreed to go through with, and it gives the council an opportunity to fully agree upon it and go forward with it. Last thing I wanted to say was I'm very incredibly grateful, and I'm just incredibly grateful for the city clerk and the municipal archives, the digital archives. Again, I think Councilmember Castillo mentioned this a while ago, and as a fellow history person, history major as well, wish I had this when I was in college, when doing San Antonio research, because it helps just kind of think about not only, answer some questions of where did this all come from, where did this all start, but helps me think about what are we trying to do here with this policy making, and how do other councils look at it. And some of these folks are still around to talk through too about why this all happened. That's just the history nerd in me that wanted to talk about that, because I knew off the dome when the CCRs were made. I was 3. Anyway, thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I just briefly wanted to point out that this very discussion is a perfect example of how bringing an item to discussion first, and then we explore it possibly in B session, or we decide it goes to committee, or we just pass it. I think this is ideal and exactly how this process should work. So, thank you.
Great. Anyone else want to speak during the second round? Okay, Chair Core.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to, what you say, foot stomp on Councilmember Kovan's point about resolutions. Previously, we don't really have a format for resolutions, and I know some of us, there's a couple that are being floated right now that we can talk about, but I think it'd be great to have a process for that. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilman White.
And just real briefly, and again, Councilman Munguia, I appreciate your efforts here. But regardless of how many here would be affected, I mean, I think we have to look going forward. And again, I mean, let's take Councilwoman Castillo or Councilwoman Villagran, right? They get to their last year here before they term out. They've got 8 months to go. They come up with a great idea. They get the signatures for a CCR, and it's moving forward, but it takes a while. Then they term out. And all that work for 8 months, we're going to go back to, so that's my issue with it. And so again, I appreciate the effort. I of course will not be supporting that amendment, and we should stick with the clarifications made in the base motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Anyone else want to speak in the second round? Okay. Let me just address a couple of these points. To the idea of, it's a great idea that came in at the end. If it's a great idea and it'll still be a great idea, it just has to get support of the most recent voters. And so to your point, Councilwoman Spears, the idea of ensuring that the voters' voices are heard, I think that's exactly what this amendment tries to do, which is ensure the most recent voters, not voters from 2 or 3 years ago, but the most recent voters, their will is expressed as a result of their council person supporting an idea or deciding to carry it forward or not to, which reflects the will of this council and the prioritization of this work. Okay. I also want to foot stomp. It's a very Air Force term, by the way. Foot stomp, the good comment that Chair Villagran made, which is, again, many of these actually, even the 32 CCRs that are active, many of those can be worked in committee directly, right? And actually would be much, much faster, as Chair Munguia has highlighted in a couple of examples to me. So again, if it's about getting the work done, some of the most efficient ways are in fact to not utilize a CCR. But again, for those that are in process, look forward to ensuring that those are worked expeditiously through governance. Okay, with that, we're going to vote first on Chair Munguia's amendment. Do you need a voice vote, or can we use the system? 1 second. It's okay. Please try to vote. We'll see if the system works here. Otherwise, we'll do voice vote. I can't see it. Okay. All right. All those in favor of Chair Munguia's amendment, please say aye. Aye. Well, do we have to raise hands then? Yeah. We'll raise hands. 1, 2. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, 9. Okay. The motion fails. Was there any additional comment on the original amendment by Councilman White? Okay, there being no further discussion, we will move to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Or raise your hand, sorry, excuse me, raise your hand.
Mayor, if I may, can we
Please.
ask for a voice vote on the main motion?
Sure, the main motion is to approve the amendment. Go ahead. You're going to do a roll call vote?
I'm
Okay.
sorry, roll call vote.
You'd like
That's
a
what I
roll
meant.
call
I'm
vote.
sorry,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Thank
Councilmember Corr. Councilmember Castillo Anguiano. Councilmember Villagrán.
Aye.
Councilmember Munguia. Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Galvan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alderete Gavito.
Aye.
Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilmember Spears.
Aye.
Councilmember White.
Aye.
Mayor Jones. No. Motion carries.
Motion carries. Next item is the city manager's report. Eric, do you have a report today?
Yes, ma'am, 2 items. Disappointed that Razi didn't get any questions from you during the budget deliberations, and
There's still time.
yeah, there's. I wanted to recognize 2 individuals whose today is their last city council meeting. So Razi will be retiring at the end of September with 33 years with the city and 42 years in the engineering field. Razi joined the city in 1991, and I was looking at a long list of projects and buildings and streets and bridges and airport terminals that have been constructed under Razi, and the list is long, and he has spent a lot of time at that podium bringing before the council contracts and dealing with issues. He was recognized in 2021 as the Engineer of the Year through the Society of Professional Engineers. Razi has worked, and for those of you that know him well, has worked with integrity and teamwork and diligence, as any good engineer would, right, Razi? And has been dedicated. I saw Razi at Costco a couple of months ago on a Saturday, and he was walking with as much intent in Costco as he does in the halls of City Hall or council. And I was going to go walk up and say hi to him, and the city manager is probably the last person he wants to see on a Saturday afternoon. But we're going to miss Razi and his leadership. And I want to thank you for your dedication to our community and our organization. And then secondly, today is the last council meeting for Lori Houston. Lori Houston started off 23 years ago as an intern with the city. So when Councilwoman Castillo was talking about her days of being an ambassador, you never really know where you end up. But she started in Public Works as an intern and has progressed through our organization to becoming an assistant city manager in 2015. And like Razi, I looked at the long list of things that Lori has been instrumental as a team member and as a leader in delivering for this city over her tenure. Probably the first big project that she was tasked with was overseeing the design and construction of the expansion of the San Antonio River up towards Museum Reach, which was the first expansion ever in the history of the San Antonio River. there's a long list, and you all know them, but I'll tell you that from my perspective, where Lori worked and delivered something that was critical to the city and the community was the planning and implementation of our affordable housing emergency response during COVID. We didn't have any time to figure it out. We did it better than anybody else in this country. We didn't send any money back to Washington, D.C. or the state of Texas, unlike a lot of other major cities. She created it and led it with our neighborhood and housing services department practically overnight. Because I remember sitting in the Plaza de Armas at night trying to figure out how we're going to be efficient and responsive and help people. The other part of this tailed nicely into the implementation of the $150 million affordable housing bond, which we had never done and we needed to create. And her work there was instrumental to the fact that you all have allocated the majority of that money, and it is sorely needed. But being able to get it before you all to vote to approve requires a lot of work on the front end to make sure that what you approve can get into production. And that's the hard part. The hard part is not, no offense to the council, is the vote part. It's the doing part. And Lori has been creative throughout her career, and there's a long list of things, wonderful things you've done for the city and the organization. More importantly, she has been a friend and an incredible member of this team, because as any sport, any team sport, you're only as good as the team, and we will miss Lori as a friend and as a member of this team. And I want to thank both Rozzy and Lori because they have committed themselves completely to this organization and the community and the work that they've done. This is a hard business, and they've done it, and they've both been selfless about it. And I wish you both the best of luck and Godspeed in your future endeavors. And remember, I guess at the end of the day, listening to the conversation, there could be a CCR that makes them come back at some point. But I don't want to add to the CCR list. But thank you very much to Lori and Rozzy for your friendship and your work and your commitment. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Yes, certainly. A couple of folks would like to chime in. I think during that they were already drafting their CCRs to keep you here. So, Chair Kaur, please.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I remember when I first started, I think one of the first directors, assistant directors, city managers, assistant city managers that was transitioning was Rod. And he transitioned over to VIA, and everyone was giving such heartfelt messages, and I liked him too, but I'd only spent a few months with them. And I think now, sitting here 2.5 years later, I understand the attachment that we get to you all. Rozzy, I will never forget you, and you probably will never forget me too. But what Eric said is true. You were always trying to find a way to make it work, even when it was difficult, even when there was barriers in the way. You were like, "We'll take care of it, Councilman. Tell me what the issue is, and we'll take care of it." And so I will appreciate you. You had a very hard job, and I loved how well you took it. You took it with such grace, and you always had your head up high, even when the community may not have been thinking the same things. We are thinking as highly of us as we wanted them to. You always took it with such grace, and our city is better and stronger for you, and so I'm super grateful for everything that you've done. I wish you a lot of time and relaxation on your retirement. And then Lori, I don't even know where to start. You have been my council liaison. Lori was the first person who worked at the city that I talked to before I was going to run, and we were so careful because we didn't want to break any rules about what city city leaders could tell people running for office. And I had no idea the strong ties that we would build. And I will never forget my cookies that I always get made. Your daughter is the sweetest. She always comes up to me and gives me the most love. And I'm just so grateful for everything that you've done. I've gotten so many texts from people telling me how much of a loss it is for the city that you are leaving. There are so many innovative and catalytic projects that you have led on. I don't think River North would look the way it did without you, does without you. You mentioned the affordable housing program. I could go on, but we are truly a more flourishing city because of everything that you have done day in and day out. And you have taken it, whether it was working ridiculous hours. I know over some of the years your health even was like you were working so hard. You're literally putting your blood, sweat, and tears into the city. And I hope when you walk around relaxing in a consulting gig that you can walk knowing that you have made a huge lasting impact on the city, more so than so many elected officials because of all of the hard work that you put in, and it'll never be forgotten. Thank you for everything.
Chair Viagran.
Thank you. This is really hard. I think I'm going to start. I think I'm going to start with Rozzy. Both you and Lori worked with my sister, and the job you did when I kept on asking for traffic lights, because my dad did traffic, and you were like, no, it's not warranted, it's not warranted. And then just to sit there just last week with what's going on in Military Drive, and you're like, we'll take care of it, Councilwoman, and to know that you have always taken care of it, Rozzy. And when we write the story of Team San Antonio and whom helped make this city move forward, your name is going to be in my book for sure. And you are well deserving of this retirement, even though I wanted you to stay until I termed out. I am so thankful for that. And I am thankful for the team that you have beside you, because I know why I'm comforted is I know your team works just as hard as you, and they care just as much about the city as you do. And so I will miss you so much. I don't know how I'm gonna do October. When I walk around y'all and I'm all sad, y'all are gonna know it's because Rozzy's not here. So thank you so much, Rozzy, for what you do. Lori, when I walked in the first time and you heard me talk, you froze because you thought my sister was still here. And I was like, no, the mean Viagran sister is here. Your work, your dedication, the struggle it was, because I knew what kind of environment the city of San Antonio was towards women and women in leadership, and how you prevailed, and how you brought women together that maybe not even interacted with you, but knew, led support Lori Houston. She needs support. It made it easier for us as women to sit here on the dais and get things done. So you are super deserving of this retirement and this time. And I said, yeah, she's gonna go on a beach somewhere and just enjoy life, because you deserve that. Thank you so much for everything you did. And when we tell this story of the city of San Antonio, and we talk about the women that really worked, you're up there with all the women that helped save the Alamo too. So thank you so much for this. You're well deserving of your retirement, but we're gonna miss you, and I'm sure we're gonna call you in a couple of years for a committee or a board or just an SOS. So thank you so much, Lori. Thank you both. And yeah, I'm just gonna be really sad for a while. So thank you, and thank you for creating such an incredible team. And your housing team, you know how much I love and appreciate them. So thank you.
Chair Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start off with Lori. You took over overseeing NHSD at a very critical time, And I think you took ownership with that, right? That's not where you started off in your career here, but housing homelessness became a passion for you, and you did a lot of great work on that. You were our PCDC buddy at there with all our agenda items, and I think, you know, more than a lot of folks, you have a real long-lasting legacy at the City of San Antonio. You have projects you can point to that you helped get through the door, you helped get the financing for, and I think that just is amazing work. I think you're also probably the most well-known assistant city manager, for better or for worse, and you've had some tough meetings you've had to be at, but you were very steadfast in the goals and trying to get things done, so I appreciate that. And one thing I knew about you was that your number one in life is your daughter, and how much you care for her, and how much that guides your life. So much so that you were making a calendar of her costumes, which I thought was just adorable. So thank you for your service, Laura. I'm sure we'll be seeing you around nonetheless. And Razi, my public works buddy, I've given you so much work over the years, and you have just been fantastic, you and your team. Obviously, we worked with your liaisons more than you, but your commitment to public works has been 100%. And you also go to our neighborhood meetings, getting tough questions from them, and then we come right back to City Hall and you get tough questions from me or my team all the time, just pressing you on deadlines and where these projects are and how can we get more money and what's happening in District 4. So you've been a great ally for us to get projects done. You have a long-standing career at Public Works. You're going to be extremely missed. People very much respect you and your department. And now that this is your last budget meeting, I think you can tell us who your favorite district is. I'll hear you shut up. I don't know. He's told me 4. I'm just saying. I don't know about that. But thank you. And even when I was just a staffer, you were always supportive of me and the things I was doing at Public Works, because that was my bread and butter as a staffer. And so you're very supportive. And you used a couple of my ideas, which I'm very proud of. So thank you for your time, sir. Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank both Lori and Razi for their leadership here with the City of San Antonio. Of course, beginning with Lori Houston and ensuring that whether it's at PCDC or when we're talking about homelessness, rather, that we're talking about it in a perspective that demonstrates the humanity of individuals on the street. Thank you for your leadership in ensuring that we prioritize and invest in respite care for our houseless neighbors, and ensuring that our city employees doing that work have the resources that they deserve, and of course, shepherding the $150 million housing bond. I think that structure serves as a great example of what we should continue to do. And I know you have a great team, so we'll see the continuation of that work, but just grateful for your leadership. As folks have mentioned, right, oftentimes like women in leadership get critiqued in a specific way, and I think you've done it with grace and in style for sure. I'm always complimenting your amazing outfits, but just thank you for your work, and of course, again, highlighting the importance of investment in DHS and homeless services, and then of course, in terms of storytelling, talking about the need for us to provide care to individuals, homeless or not. Razi, extremely grateful for your leadership and just your experience and contributions to the City of San Antonio are just so impactful. Since 1991, that's the year I was born, and like you've been doing this work. And I know for District 5 residents, as I said during the budget conversation, this is the primary top concern that our constituents are walking in and calling about. And I feel like you and I and your team, we've been through the trenches with some public meetings, and I value just the leadership of your team in answering those questions, and of course making sure that we're being intentional with our D5 specific budget. I always share with my constituents, right, that D5 is very good at allocating those dollars, but it's because of you and your team helping us identify how we can have the greatest impact in our communities. So just very grateful. Was trying not to cry when the councilwoman was, because I share the similar sentiment and just the impact, the leadership, the compassion that you bring. I know that D5 residents are extremely just grateful for the improvements that have come to our community, and just extremely grateful. And again, going back to, you have a great team, and we're really gonna miss you. I know I am, and my team in particular is also going to just miss your leadership. But just, I can't give enough thanks to you, but I don't know if you have comments to share with council, but I would love to hear from Razi's perspective. So I don't know, Eric, if you're gonna call him up, but just grateful again for Razi, Lori, and y'all's teams, and all that y'all do. Thank you, Razi.
Man, thank you for serving our community with love. It is not the easiest job to be a council member, mayor, or city manager, but it's a very rewarding job. Let me begin to thanking my wife, Gail, she's not here today, for being a wonderful partner and source of support in my life. In addition, I want to thank my staff and co-workers working together to serve our community. Throughout the years of working with many of you and previous mayor and council, we have been able to improve roadway, make safer for publics to travel, build drainage project to protect flooding of the property, constructed various community centers, library, parks, fire station, police substation, and much more to improve the quality of the life for our community. These achievements would not be possible without your support. We always look for your support. Thank you again for working to serve our community. It has been an incredible journey, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to have had contributed for City of San Antonio. I will treasure the relationship I have built and growth we have achieved together. Keep up good work. I will miss all of you.
Thank you, sir. Lori, would you also like to say something?
I've been walking around City Hall for the past 2 days with this just amazing smile on my face, and every time Eric sees me, he kind of laughs because he just knows how happy I am. But I didn't realize I'd get so emotional. I started with the city 23 years ago. I was an intern in Public Works, and it's really beautiful that Rosie and I are being celebrated together because the first day at Public Works, it was Tom Windorf's birthday. And we all went to La Margarita in that top room, and I knew nobody. And I sat at a table by myself. And Rosie came and sat with me. And it was just the two of us together. So he sat with a new kid for lunch. And we talked about his family, talked about where he was from, my military roots, and we became friends from then on. And we have been advocates for each other since. So Rosie, thank you. I love you, man. I'm probably the proudest City of San Antonio employee here. I wear my backpack in the airport when I go traveling. This is City of San Antonio. I wear my shirts. I'm so proud of this organization. And I love my team. And you've mentioned bringing up women in this organization. I was one of those women that Cheryl Scully saw, and I took that very seriously. And every woman I've seen, I've made sure I bring them up. It's Veronica Garcia, Crystal Jones, Shannon Miller, Colleen Bridger. That's my team, and the men are great too. But I'm just so proud of every one of them, and just proud of my team. The hardest part is leaving the executive team. We have, oh my gosh, this team, probably 10 years that you're working with. And we went through the Migrant Resource Center, Snowvid, COVID. We've gone through everything together. And we laughed, we cried. Eric yelled at me once, and I felt like my grandpa yelled at me or spanked me. It was like the worst thing ever, because I respect him so much. But it was just, and then in the heat of the moments, we had arguments, but we just loved each other. And we had fun. I mean, I remember TC and Eric, I think you were over animal care services, And TC kept sending pictures of stray dogs to Eric, like, what are you gonna do about this? And then Eric's like sending pictures of broken sidewalks to TC. Well, what are you gonna do about this? We just had a lot of fun because we took our job seriously. And I remember one of the coolest parts of the organization I got to work on were our guiding principles. What is it? And it's teamwork, innovation, integrity, and professionalism. And I take those to heart every day. And I think everybody in this room embodies those. And wherever I go, and by the way, I'm not gonna go work for the Spurs, I'm not gonna go be a developer, none of that's true. I really am taking time off to be with my family and to be with my new lover, Daryl. We've been together for 3 years. I joke when I say that because I don't wanna say I have a boyfriend at 47 years old. So I just wanna be with my family. I just want to spend some time before I figure out what I'm going to do. And that's what I'm going to do, just spend some time with my family. But this organization has given me so much, and I've grown tremendously during this organization. First, when I had my child, Millie, it changes your world, and all of a sudden you say, everything I'm going to do is going to be for this child, and I hope that every child in San Antonio has a mommy that loves them as much as I love my Millie. And Millie got very comfortable up here. She would go into previous mayor's office and borrow pencils or ask for help with homework. She thought Sook was the coolest because she had purple hair. But that really helped me grow. And the next thing, I cannot say enough how wonderful this organization is. And one of the reasons why it was so hard for me to leave is this organization gave me back my life. I have been sober for 14 years. And I would not have been able to do it without my faith, my strength, my family, and the city of San Antonio. The benefits, the love. I mean, Maria, the first time she told me, I'm so proud of you. And I was 1 year sober, and I still remember that. I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be alive. And so when you all talk about, making it better for our employees, keep doing that because that's what saved my life. And I can't tell you, there's no better city manager who cares about his employees so much than Eric. That is number one. And so I think we are the best organization in the city. And because of my experience in sobriety, when Eric gave me homelessness, I wasn't sure I was ready for it. And I will say that the only reason I'm sober today is my faith, my strength, my family, and this organization. And when we think about our most vulnerable community, they might have one of those. And it took me a long time to get sober, and it's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And so I just want to leave and say I'm so proud of the organization. I'm proud of the work you all do. We are a compassionate city, and I'm going to continue that work. I don't know where it's going to take me, but it's been so wonderful to work here. And I need to end, but it's been great. So thank you so much.
Chair Aldrete Gavito.
Well, crap, how do I follow that? I'll be brief. Razi, you said it best, that you and your team's work has created a safer San Antonio. And I don't think that there's enough thank yous up here on this dais or daises before. There's not enough thank yous for the work that you have led to make us a safer city. Our residents see it, our residents feel it, and so your impact on the city is so profound. So thank you so much. I remember one of my first cases that there was a lot of residents who had been asking for a four-way stop forever, and it was much needed. And I went to Razi, and you assured me we were going to make it happen, and we did. We made it happen, and very quickly. And so all of us have those stories of us escalating our resident concerns to you, and you and your team making it happen. So thank you on behalf of all of us, but also on behalf of the residents of San Antonio. Thank you for making a safer community. It's truly honorable work and something that you should be so proud of. Lori, you know, I've known Lori since before I got on council, and I will be PC in saying this. I identified her as a get stuff done girl, you know, and we know each other, we recognize each other as that, and so, you know, you have your fingerprints on such monumental projects that really do move our city forward, and so thank you for all your work and your blood, sweat, and tears on that. I do also know that, you know, we've gone on life journeys together, and I think raising our fierce, strong girls is one of them. And we often talk about, hey, how's you know, your daughter, and how are my daughters doing, and as they're kind of navigating school, and we're just raising them in this environment. So thank you for always bringing your daughter. It makes me feel comfortable in bringing my daughters here. And so, you know, I'm excited for you to have that time with them, with your family, and just enjoying life. So I'm really excited for you. Thank you. Thank you to both of y'all. Thanks.
Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez.
Just quickly, thank you. I saw Andy crying, so now I'm okay to cry. Just thank you for your work. Not a lot of time here on council with y'all, but definitely remember working with you while I was in the mayor's office during COVID and Snowvid and housing bond charter amendment. And so all very pivotal times for our community, and you can't forget any of that, and it will stay with me forever, and I'm glad that you guys are a part of that, and I'm just so proud of the work that y'all have done. I've never seen you not answer a question. You've probably answered every single question that has been asked of you, so just thank you for your work, and I hope you enjoy this time off with your family. They deserve more of you, so thank you so much.
Councilman White.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Rozzy, my phone was blowing up from my constituent services team. Make sure to tell Rozzy thank you. Truly, so responsive, so much hard work. It's been a pleasure working with you the last 2 years. And Lori, I mean, I don't know how many years we've known each other. Kind of blame you for talking me into this. I'm kidding, but just what you've done and meant to the city. I remember, I think the San Antonio Report wrote an article on you leaving, and within a matter of a couple of hours, it had like 500 likes with all these loving comments about Lori. It was really amazing, but what you've meant to the city cannot be understated. And so thanks for all the hard work. Look forward to seeing what you do next.
Rozzy and Lori, public service is a high calling. Thank you for all that you've done to serve our city and to make us a stronger and a better city. Thank you, and best of luck and Godspeed to you and your families. I'd ask my colleagues to remain seated until I complete reading the caveats needed to meet in executive session. The time is now 1:09 p.m. on September 18th. The Council of the City of San Antonio will now meet in executive session to consult with the City Attorney's Office pursuant to Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and to deliberate or discuss the following items: economic development negotiations pursuant to Section 551.087, the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property pursuant to Section 551.072, and legal issues related to litigation involving the city, emergency preparedness, and collective bargaining, all pursuant to Section 551.071. Where's my other phone?